Yes. Hey Anthony, what's going on, man?
Hey, trying to do a little underwriting a napkin underwriting on a apartment complex I found. But I was going to ask a question in the session here. It's the T12 has to be current, right? Or can it be like how far back can it be, the T12? And I guess I don't know
Well,
with
you'd like it to be current.
right?
Yeah, you'd like the T12 to be the previous year, so as current as possible.
Oh, it's the previous year. It's just 7 months old. Like so, it's 12 months. It's from June 2021 to May of 2022. Is what I've got. So I don't know if it has to be like current current, like within a couple
Yeah,
months.
I think the experts will tell you that that's probably going to be okay. I'm
Okay,
not necessarily the expert on underwriting yet. I'm learning as well, but um, I do know that you want to um, get the most recent numbers as possible.
right.
So what time is the Zoom supposed to start? Are we just early
I
or
think it's supposed to start at 3. Is what I was looking at. I'm gonna look right now again at the chat. Um, Go to team wide chat. 3 o'clock. It says try to make it to this Zoom at 3 o'clock. That's what Justin said.
right?
Um, so yeah, I think we're just early, bro. Because I
Yeah,
clicked on the link earlier when Rob posted it at like 12. I clicked on it and just opened up my computer or left it going so that way I could hop on.
I got you.
Yeah.
Um, I wonder who's leading the underwriting today.
I would imagine it's going to be Jason personally. I think it's either going to be um, Jason and this other cat there's a couple other people that have been in this chat. I've been kind of following the chat, talking
Right?
about some stuff. So Robbie Kaufman, uh,
Yeah.
maybe he's got some good stuff he's bring to the table. And then I know Jason is supposedly like the man when it comes to underwriting, deep underwriting stuff. So he's
Right.
I reached out to him a little earlier in a personal message, and I sent him this underwriting that I have. I got this. I did a little napkin underwriting with the, the 50% thing, like what Rob does,
Yeah.
and I came up with a number that was like 400K. My max allowable offer was 400K under their asking price. So I'm like, I did something wrong. What I do? So I'm trying to like figure out what I did wrong.
Well, not yeah, and not necessarily because when you run numbers, your MAO is going to be what you come up with that would be a deal for you based
Mhm.
on your criteria for the deal. It's just they can ask for whatever they want to ask for, but in order for it to be a deal for you, the max allowable offer will come from you doing the math and running the numbers in your underwriting. So that's all the MAO means. It doesn't mean that you did anything at all wrong. It may just mean that your offer needs to be at least 400K lower. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
No, their offer is 400. Their asking price is 400K lower than our maximum offer.
Oh shit, then maybe you did something wrong.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like,
Yeah,
did
I
I
don't
do
know.
something wrong, man? Because I did the math. They want 2.95 for it, and I came up with a maximum allowable offer of 3.32.
Or
So I'm
or that might
under.
be or that might be good that they're
Right.
priced right. So um you can you can offer them the max. But yeah, definitely let one of the guys that are good with this go over your numbers. How big of
Yeah,
a complex is it?
it's 38 units. 38 units, and it's some units have been renovated. 5 units got renovated last year, and there's a
Right,
lot of what do you call it? Added value that could be that's their potential,
right.
and property is paid for. So there's opportunity for
Seller
seller
finance.
finance, some sort of creative deal going there. And so I'm looking at it like, hey, this might be something that we could lock up, and if we get the terms right, the terms on their
Right.
asking price is cash. It
Yeah,
says,
always is.
yeah, they want cash. But if I talk, I left the guy a message. I haven't even talked to him yet. I just got the information. I just downloaded the OM and the offer memorandum, and he had the
Yep.
due diligence right there. I don't know. Are you on Crexy yet?
I'm not. I'm using Privy.
Okay, well, Crexy is. I got Privy. I use Privy, but Crexy is where you can go and you can put in. You're looking for apartment complexes, multifamily units, and then you can put in only multifamilies, and it will pull up. It's commercial property. So Crexy is commercial, so it'll pull up the apartment complexes that are available. And then
Right.
what you do is you sign in and get you a login and all that. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. And then when you log in and sign up, you want to sign up as a what is it called? What is it called? Oh man, I can't think of. It asks you if you're a broker, an agent, or something else. And I signed up as whatever the other one is. I can't remember what it was
I
called.
got you.
But you sign up as that. It's only like 3 options, and then when you do that, once you look at the properties, it allows you to go in, and if the broker has put in the offer memorandum and the due diligence, you can click on those tabs, and then from those tabs, you can see the rent roll. They're in PDF. You can see the rent roll. You can see the T12s and all that jazz, and then you can do the quick napkin underwrite and get the
Yeah,
numbers and see if it's something that's worth taking to the table for deeper underwriting.
I got you.
And I
Hey,
figured,
Roland, what's up, man?
Hey, am I unmuted?
yep.
Can you guys? Okay. Hi.
Yep.
Hey,
How's it
Hear you.
going?
Yeah, we're just kind of chatting, waiting for the real experts to get in. But Anthony, is this your first deal?
yeah, I have never closed anything. I've only been
And you're working.
Uh-huh.
You're working a 38 unit, dude. That's a rock star right there.
Well, I've
Hey,
I mean, I think was you on the call the other day whenever Vina, I think her name is Vina. It's Vina.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Vina said if she could go back like 10 years,
Yep.
she wouldn't have started with single family, because she said, I didn't know you could jump right into multifamilies.
Right.
So I think there's a little bit of a benefit of not knowing what you're doing, and
No, I agree.
and then being able to come into an arena where there's multiple people that are doing what you want to do, that are successful at it, and then they bring all that wisdom to the table and share it with you. So it's awesome that I got to hear that, because I was like, I just kind of fell into this. I would have started in single family, no problem, you know.
But I'm grateful.
Oh, that's my door. Hold on one second.
All right. Hey, Sherry, how's it going? You with us? Anthony, I think needs to mute his
He's at
his phone there.
he's at James party. He
Background
went
noise.
with the boys next door. Dan had invited him, so yeah. There's a little bit I gotta talk to him because he was like, I guess not upset, but like fearful of who's gonna be there, because if he doesn't know who's gonna be there, he like kind of like freaks out.
That day though, it was funny that you said, because remember when you had Josh and Alex watching, he came with them and we took him to the games, so he was fine.
Yeah.
He's a funny kid, man. He goes, I was like, are you hungry? He's like, no, I just want water.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he ever gonna be 8 or just 7?
He's gonna be 7. Yeah. Yeah. Time flies, man.
Seriously, I remember when you would bring him to.
Somebody's got a whole lot of background noise. If you're not engaging, I'd say probably it's best we mute the phone so we don't get all the background noise. I think mine's bringing in pretty good background noise too, so I'm gonna mute as well. Hey, Roland, how's it going? I haven't met you before, man.
Hi. Who's talking? Sorry.
I'm sorry, this is Mark.
Hey, Mark. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I didn't have the video on. I didn't fix my hair today, so we just got the picture up.
You're wearing a hat, so
Yes, sir.
in the picture anyway. That's all good. Hey, are you in San Antonio?
No, I'm in Virginia actually.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let me know if you need anything over here. I'm boots on the ground, Austin, San Antonio. Yeah,
Are you
You
new
know,
in the sub two, or where are you at with things?
I'm not in sub two yet. I have, talked with sub two people. That actually this morning I had breakfast with a sub two here in my town. We had a little meetup over brunch with there was about 6 of us,
Right.
and this guy that I talked to, he's a sub two. He bought a RV park that's valued at 5 million right now. So yeah, he knows what he's doing. So I'm probably gonna be chatting with him more often. Myself,
Yeah.
I'm doing.
Yeah, you need to maybe might want to connect me with him. We're looking for an RV park right now too. Gonna set up a campground, so
Yeah, well,
I wouldn't
was gonna
mind talking with somebody.
Rob, it was okay for me to get him in this group.
Yeah.
Because he's not in here, and I think he would be a good asset to the group. So, yeah, when next time I see Rob, I'll talk to him about that. And then, so you're looking for an RV park here in Texas?
No, we're looking for one over in Virginia, but just in general, I'd like to talk to people who are either buying one or have bought them, just to see how their deal, how they structure their deals.
Yeah.
And how they may have went down. There may be something particular about doing campgrounds, RV parks, stuff like that is a little different than just regular multifamily or single family.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. I'll connect you when I get a chance. Well, if you can find me on the Discord, it's just my name, I believe.
But just Roland?
Roland Cray. I'll put it in the chat, maybe.
Okay, yeah, that's a good thing to do. Last night we were doing it. People would put their names and numbers in the chat so we could screenshot it or copy it down, whatever.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be on the mobile all day because I'm driving. I'm about to leave the house, and I've got hours and hours of driving to do. So, unfortunately, looking at spreadsheets in the car, it's pretty much impossible. But here, Roland, I don't know if you can see my full name on the Zoom thing.
No, I see Roland.
Roland, okay. Roland Gray. All my contacts is on this website I'm going to put in here. That's my digital business card.
Okay. Yeah, I'm mobile right now too. Just headed over to a house, but
yeah.
Oh, I see.
I don't know if you can
pronounce your last name, Cray?
Yeah, Cray.
Okay, cool.
So I don't know if you can click on links in the chat or not. Can you?
I don't either. I'm not running the chat, so
Okay, well, it's in the chat now.
I'm not sure either.
Can you see it or not?
Hang on, let me look at the chat.
Yeah, if you're driving, don't.
Yeah, I see Roland10k.com.
Yeah, that's my business.
Okay,
Okay.
I got you.
Well, yeah. So
And I
the
think-
next
I
couple
think-
hours I'm driving. What are you guys doing here today? Are you going to be doing? I guess you're not doing calls on Sunday, are you?
Well, they're going to be doing some underwriting. So there's some people who have found some multifamily deals, and
Yeah.
then someone's going to come in and work the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're just kind of waiting for whoever that moderator is, or whoever's going to run the Zoom to do the underwriting.
Sounds good. I will probably be listening, but again, while driving, it's impossible to really grasp it because you can't look at the spreadsheet.
Yeah. And they might have they also might have breakout rooms like they did yesterday. I don't know if they're going to do calling again today or not, but they may do that as well. So
Yeah.
we'll see, I guess.
No, I was in there yesterday. I listened to some calls, and I could probably this week I'm going to be in the car a lot again, so I could probably make some calls while I'm driving.
Yeah, gotta get in touch with them brokers, man.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I prefer to go directly to the sellers, but
Yeah.
it's okay. Talking to brokers cool too. I mean, I probably do 50-50.
Yeah, that's ideal. Is just going direct to.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back on mute. We're waiting for someone to come in. Does anybody else have anything, or know any information about when they're supposed to come on and start doing the underwriting?
I think the deeper underwriting is happening today. I'm not sure if, like you were just saying, we're doing breakout rooms and we're doing it that way, but I'm pretty sure that the underwriting, they're going to bring it to this channel, and we're just going to, that was the word yesterday. When we got off the phone yesterday, it was like, hey, we're going to try to close deals by Tuesday. We want deals locked up by Tuesday. So like if we can lock them up, that was the goal. And they said anything that you got that you want us to look at, underwrite, whatever, just be on the Zoom today. So I believe that's what we're doing. I mean, if not, I think it's just going to be some more hardcore study, like watching underwriting and doing the napkin stuff. But I'm pretty sure that what you want to do is have something for them to look at, and at least do a napkin underwriting with you to walk you through it. That was my understanding of this Zoom.
Yep, I got you. Well, I guess I'll just kick back and wait then.
Right.
All right, so that's helpful. All right.
Yo, Rob.
Hey.
Yeah, did you see what that Roger Bremer just posted on that group?
Where?
Remember the one I posted? Because I just found out yesterday from Justin saying that Gator group, that guy was scamming people.
I didn't look in there. I haven't looked in there for
Because I asked if
Wow.
anybody was an actual Gator with PCS, let me know. So I was going to see if they should get out of it because it's not affiliated with Pace.
yeah.
And the guy replied, goes, I am a Gator with PCS.
Well, I can go in there and look actually. So let's see.
I didn't know somebody was doing that.
Um, let me talk to Carly just to double check it all. And I'll follow up, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I can give, well, whatever. Yeah, just let me know. Because he obviously blocked Carly and all them, right?
Yeah, he did. I'm texting Carly right now. No, thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, you got it. I don't want other people going in there thinking that's just another group affiliated with Pace and then getting scammed out of deals.
Right. No, that was the whole point. So you're right.
Yeah, there's what 280 some people in that group.
What group are y'all talking about?
He's not in the tube group.
Uh-huh. Is it the Gator,
Um,
the Gator stuff?
Yeah, it's Gator stuff.
Because I got a Facebook mention and it said, welcome to Gators, welcome me. And then I kind of thought it's kind of shady because of the way it looked.
Yeah, so that's the group I'm talking about. You want to get
Okay,
out
my-
of that group.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I thought maybe that's what you're talking about because of the event that happened yesterday.
Yeah, I
All
tried
right.
to I tried to DM as many people as I could last night before I went to bed,
Uh-huh.
saying this isn't affiliated with Pace, because I got on the phone with Justin saying that they blocked Carly and a whole bunch of other people, so I didn't know that was going on. That's messed up.
Right, yeah, I joined that Facebook group and yeah, you guys, someone alerted me that it was probably fake, so I confronted the guy in charge, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Hello, I have a question.
What's up?
Okay, are we gonna be doing any, okay, because I have a multifamily, possibly, I have all the OM, but I'm having an issue trying to do the breakdown. I know there's a, formula you do with the units times the amount, but this one I'm having an issue, but I have all the information. So I mean, it may be not, maybe not enough time to do it or go over it, but I'm just, having a little issue with it. So I kind of wanted to get some clarity on it.
No problem. Yeah, give me a few seconds here.
Because I have to email it to somebody.
Give me a few seconds here.
Okay.
Eric should be coming out.
Whoa, very cool. You score? I was close. You can't see the clue.
Okay. Who's doing all that noise? Y'all can mute yourselves and unmute yourselves. Just be careful so we be sensitive to background noise and stuff. Let's see. Okay. Not this one, not this one. Not this one. Well, I don't even know where I put it now. Let's see. This one. Not this one.
Did I get that set up right? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Cool. Hey, Rob. This is Chris.
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
Not bad, not bad. Stop raining, sun's out, so it'll be a good day.
Now, is there a downloadable form of that spreadsheet that I can edit? I couldn't
Yes.
find it.
So what you're looking at here is what we spent the day building yesterday. Well, one piece of this is what we spent the day building yesterday. And this will be available to everybody coming up pretty soon here.
Oh, thank you.
I'm just trying to see if it's actually working. Otherwise, I have to send it back to the people and they can recalculate everything.
So this is not working right here. B21 divided by B17. And that's NOI divided by cap rate. Makes maximum allowable offer.
Cap rate should be
This
a
one.
percentage, not a whole number.
Yeah, it enters by itself. It should be a percentage when it enters by itself, or it could be that they forgot to do that.
Yeah. Just type in 2%, see what happens.
It should have been a percentage like that. It should have been where we don't have to do any of that. Yeah, because see this green button? It should be
Yeah.
red. It should be red right now for renegotiate, because our MAO is way above our asking price.
Okay.
Let me do like one. Yeah, it needs to be something's going on with the calculation, so I need to have the team take a look at it. Make sure you guys mute yourselves, please. A lot of feedback. So this is going to be available to everyone pretty soon here. I just have to have the team do a couple more calculations. And what this is going to do, it's going to spit out green, which means it's ready to go to the deep underwriting people, or it's going to be red, which means that we need to go and talk with the broker or the seller about their price a little bit and see if they're willing to come down on it. And we're trying to qualify leads is pretty much what's going on with that. So this will be available to everybody. So that's number one. So Anthony, I feel better when I'm talking to someone. I'm going to mute you, okay?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
How are you, man?
I'm good, bro.
So like, let's say you're filling out this property. It's you can see it's done, and just a few of the calculations need to be cleared up.
Mhm.
And it says green, right? It's green. It's good to go to the deep underwriters. What happens then is it gets sent over. You would go over to the web form, which looks like this, and you would enter that in all the details about the property, everything about the property, everything. We need it. We need this filled out as close as possible to being full.
Okay.
There's a place you can upload those documents.
This is something that you guys just did last night?
They did this all yesterday.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, yesterday I had a team working. They started at 10 o'clock and they finished around, it was close to 8 o'clock. So they worked all day.
Heck yeah.
And I was being a little bit like Steve Jobs, like, no, I want it like this. I want it like this. Make it like this. It needs to be clean. It needs to be clean. I want it to be cleaner. And I think they did a good job. It looks pretty simple to me.
Looks very, very usable, friendly.
Yeah, that was my whole desire, like user-friendly, simple interface, only change the yellow cells. So then it goes here, you enter in all the information. And what happens is it goes to the deep underwriting team. It has your name attached to it also. So like the person who found the property, like in your case, Anthony, it has your contact info attached to it. And it goes into the, I don't know where that form is. I have to find the form. It goes into another Excel spreadsheet, which lays it out in a way where the deep underwriters can get access to all the information they need really quickly. it starts calculating stuff behind the scenes. It does all that.
Hey, Rob, I have a question.
Yes, who is this?
This is Annie Rufino.
Hi, Annie. How are you?
Hey, I was listening in some yesterday, but I wasn't able to participate. So, but it looks like you guys got a lot done. So that's awesome. So it was mentioned that with the multifamily, you typically have things under contract before you really go into deep underwriting and before you even get some of that, those documents and information. So I guess the way I'm seeing it is the spreadsheet is for something that people can use to determine what the offer would be, and then they get it under contract, then it's submitted and goes to deep underwriting, or like, where is the getting it under contract in the flow?
Yeah, that happens after deep underwriting.
Okay.
Are you comfortable with submitting LOIs and negotiating contracts on multifamily, that sort of thing?
No, I'm not myself, but I was under the impression that there's some instances where they won't even give you that information unless you're under contract, or at least some of the information. I don't know how true that is.
That'd be because the agent's trying to be a jerk. I would not be okay with that. Like,
Yeah, okay.
I need to see all the information before I submit an LOI. If you want, I'll sign an NDA, NCA, whatever it is, but I need to see that info before I send you an LOI.
Okay, so we're doing deep underwriting before it gets under contract.
Yeah, so
Perfect.
here's like, I guess I can start talking about stuff because people are popping in and out. We already got 35 or so people. Here's kind of like a high level overview of, where are you, Annie? I'm talking to myself.
The flow of it.
Here's the high overview of what the flow looks like. Whether you're going to, Omar, I'm gonna pop you on screen for a minute. Turn on your camera, please. I'm going to mute you. Turn on your camera, and I want to add you up here. Because I want to talk to you for a second. Don't go anywhere, Omar. Let me just finish my thought with Annie. So the overflow is going to go like this. This is my 4th time doing Elephant Challenge. I've been doing it for 4 months, right? Both on the single family side. On the single family side, this is the first real time we're doing multifamily stuff. Okay.
Yep.
My experience with doing Elephant Challenge so far is that it's a lot of fun. But sometimes people get overwhelmed with the information, with all the processes, and with all the little new skills that they have to learn, right? Because there's a lot going on in that pipeline of from finding a deal to closing on the deal and maybe dispoing or whatever you're going to do with that deal. There's a lot of steps there, and there's a lot of skills that need to be learned, right? So the way my experience has led me to believe like I need to help you guys understand the difference between a lead and a deal.
Yep.
They have the same letters, they don't mean the same thing, you know? So that's what, hey everyone, can you mute yourselves, please? You all have the ability to mute yourselves, mute and unmute. So please mute yourselves when you guys come in. So the easiest way to, let me back up. I want everyone learning all of those pieces, like how to find a deal, how to talk to an agent, how to talk to a seller if it's a direct, how to napkin underwrite, how to
Actually, you know, if I was there, I would have went to Coney.
Hey everyone, can you mute yourselves, please? Okay, hold on. I want to hold back for a
Hey,
second.
if you make me co-host, I'll mute everybody that comes in and does that.
Just a second, I'm gonna mute everyone.
If you
Okay. the underwriting, the deep underwriting, the napkin underwriting, negotiating with an agent, submitting LOIs, renegotiating, learning how to dispo. These are all big tasks that need a lot of skills. And it's almost unfair of me to ask someone completely new to throw them into something like this without breaking it into the elephant bite-sized chunks, right?
Yep, sure.
As an elephant leader, that's my job, to break down that elephant. That Pace showed you this huge elephant that's amazing, and then he passes everyone off to me. It's like, okay, let me show you how to eat that elephant now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm ecstatic to show people all of those steps, but let me teach you one step at a time.
Yep.
The first step is, let's get comfortable making calls to agents and to sellers, right? Let's get comfortable finding these properties. Let's get comfortable with asking for documents like the OM, the T12. What I'm doing there is I'm helping you break out of your comfort zone a little bit. I'm helping you see that no one's going to die when you're making a phone call to these people. Number three, I'm getting you comfortable with the lingo. Because if you don't know what an OM and a T12 and an LOI and an NOI are, it sounds in a weird language and you're not going to be able to follow along. So we're learning lingo here too. Okay. So the first big step of the process is talking to agents, talking to sellers, getting comfortable asking for documents, and then getting comfortable doing what's called a napkin underwrite, which is that quick math, which helps us determine if the asking price of the seller is within the realm of reality.
Gotcha.
Right? Because sometimes we get sellers who have a $1 million property and they're asking $5 million because it's a great market and I just want to ask 5 million, but that's not reality, right?
Yeah.
So what the napkin underwriting spreadsheet is going to do is it's going to help us determine quickly if it's within that reality. If it's not within that reality, that spreadsheet I showed you will pop out a red square that says needs to be renegotiated. So what you would do is you would go back to that broker, go back to that seller and say, we put this through underwriting and we're showing a price that's closer to X number.
Or
What are
X
your thoughts on
range or something like that.
Exactly. What are your thoughts on that? Like, can we work something out? Are you maybe open to seller finance? Is the loan assumable? Can we work out a sort of payment plan? Right? You gather all that information. If you go back to them and they say, I'm not interested and I'm not going to move on price, what you need to realize is that is now a dead lead. I'm going to move on.
Okay.
Right? There's no sense in trying to wrestle with it. However, we're not deleting that lead. What we're going to do is a week later, we're going to call again. Hey, I see your property is still here. Are you still interested in selling? Would you be interested in selling? Like, we're still pretty comfortable with that number we made, right? And they're going to say, no, I'm not interested. And then you follow up another week. We're going to follow up. Deals are in the follow-up, that follow-up thing, okay? But suppose we get to a place where they're open to terms or where your calculator is green. Like, we're talking reality numbers here, right? You would go over to that web form and you would enter everything into the web form, and that puts it into our system. It's now on the radar of the leadership team. And it's important you put your name and your contact there because we want to make sure you're getting credit for that. We want your name attached to that because if this deal goes to completion, you did something that was valuable. You brought a warm lead to us, right? You should be cut in on that. Okay. Now, let's not make the mistake. You shouldn't make the mistake of believing once I submit that lead to the underwriters, to the team, that I'm hands off. That is not the case.
I would
Because
hope that
our
I would be
desire-
more involved so that I could learn.
Yes, our desire, we're sub two. Go ask mom. Our desire is that, as sub two students, we want our desire is to provide massive value, because you're bringing us something we can work with. If you do your end, do that work we just explained and talked through, that's valuable to us, right? That's a warm lead, and you've provided something that is good, and you should be part of those discussions. So what happens is, with that lead that you brought in, you're going to be included on the back end to see all those puzzle pieces that are still a little mysterious right now. And I'm happy to talk through those in a few seconds here, but you'll be brought on the back end to see what the machine looks like of trying to bring a deal to completion, right? Whether that's wholesaled as dispo, or whether that's something, whether it's a property that is closed in our own portfolios, whatever it is, we want to include you in that back end so you can see it, with the purpose of that, that you learn those steps. Because the more of the progress of that deal you complete, the bigger of a piece of a pie you're going to get. You're providing much more value. You understand? So you can get to, if you get to a point where you're like, I found the lead, I've qualified it, it's a warm lead, I negotiated it, I put an LOI in, and now I have a contract, and I'm coming to Robert and the team, and I just need to sell this. That's a huge value. You're going to get a much bigger piece of the pie, right?
Okay.
It's going to come to the point. My desire is it comes to the point where you're like, I found the lead, I negotiated it, I submitted an LOI, I put it under contract, I've done all the due diligence, I've walked the property, I've set up private capital, and I've been able to sell it myself. At that point, you don't need us anymore.
Yeah.
Right. But this is a huge conveyor belt machine thing that, like I said, I think it would be unfair to pretend someone can just watch a 3-day elephant challenge and walk in and do it by herself.
Yeah, agreed.
That's what the team
I
is
like
here for.
yeah, the setup is good. So that's good. That was good clarification too on when the contract is actually needed and how far along it needs to be before it's submitted to you guys. So that was great. Thank you.
Yeah. So 2 different contracts we're talking about that I want to clarify and address. Let me close my door. A second. The first contract is when you submit a property to that web form and it goes into the back end, someone from underwriting is going to be in contact with you. And at that point, that's when the appropriate time is for you and the back end team to sign a partnership agreement. Okay. So you submitted a warm lead. That's your lead. We're going to bring you a contract that says we're partnering together on this. It is the sub 2 JV partnership contract that all the sub 2 students use together. You'll see that it'll be on paper, black and white. Nothing is hidden from you. You're open to ask questions. You guys are open to ask questions at any point during any of this. Like, please, candidly, ask questions. That's why we're here. We're here to help everybody learn. And of course, we want to be part of the deals, right? That's why we've got all of this set up.
Yep.
So that's one contract. The second contract is that LOI contract that we submit on that particular property.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else, Annie, that you wanted clarification on?
Nope. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you. Give me a second, Omar. Let me look through the chat and see if there's any questions. Yep. I'm muted. Yep. Yeah. It took that whole lead versus deal thing. Same letters, different meanings. Yep. Curtis, we can go over OMs and stuff like that. No problem. Where can we get that form to submit the leaders? Yesterday, what happened was that yesterday was pretty much like day one. Okay, we had Elephant Challenge Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We were supposed to have Elephant Challenge Saturday too. We got postponed to next Friday. So our team was like, we're starting to see a lot of people coming into our group, and what's the best way that we can serve them, serve all of you? And so what we did was we got together and we're like, we should make it really easy. Like, because I've done Elephant Challenge for so long, I am very aware of bottlenecks in business progression. And it was important to me to make a very user-friendly and approachable interface and tool that you guys can use to get the ball moving. And so I called it out in the group. I was like, hey, I need a bunch of integrators to come in and help us create some documents. And around 10 o'clock or so, we got together with 3 or 4 of them, and they started cranking. And they worked from 10 o'clock to well past 6 o'clock. So they put in like a full day's work. And they created basically three documents in a system for us to use. This is the napkin underwrite calculator. It's 99% of the way done. A few of the calculations got messed up when I copied it and needs to be corrected, but this is pretty much ready to go, and everybody will have access to this document in the resource section, in the multifamily resource section of the Discord. Okay. So after you do this, you go to the web form, which is what they also worked on yesterday. Everyone will also have access to this form, and getting this form. This is basically the interface between the front end and the back end. And this is the important part. Put your names so we can track you guys, so we can give credit where credit is due. The third document is what happens behind the scenes. This web form here auto populates. I want to make sure you guys are understanding what I'm saying, because the team worked crazy. I can't believe how much they accomplished in one day. Okay, you guys need to give kudos. I'll put their name. Let me go put their names in. Okay, first off, it was Christian, who was there. It was Shayla, who was there. It was Brittany, who worked almost exclusively on the front end one, and it was Derek. If I misspell your guys' names, I'm sorry. I'm all over the place right now. But these people, in 8 hours, pretty much built what we need as a team to get this big machine rolling. This originally started like a tugboat, and now we're a freaking Titanic. Like, we're huge now, and it's amazing. But it's my job to make sure that you guys are having the tools at your disposal that let you guys do what you need to do. Okay. So kudos to them. I told them yesterday after a full days of work, I was like, do you guys realize, like, we're building yesterday. So yesterday we had 250 members officially in the group. And I was telling them, how do you think it would be if you tried to build a 250 person company in a weekend? Like, this is baller level stuff we're doing. Like, that team was amazing. They're all developers and spreadsheet people. And I repeatedly told them, like, okay, so we were looking at let me see, let me go back to so I can share with you guys and show you guys what's going on. So this is where is it? No, I'll find it. I find it. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Where was it? No, this is the one. So this is kind of what the spreadsheet started looking out like. Now, I am not a spreadsheet person. When I look at spreadsheets, I see dark blue and light blue, and the rest of it is just a blur. Like, I am not a spreadsheet person. So I had to do the Steve Jobs thing, you know, like, needs to be cleaner, needs to be better, needs to be user friendly. Like, no, I want it like this. I had to push them a little bit. I was feeling bad because they're all gonna get frustrated with me, but I think we've created something that is super user friendly and everyone can really use and benefit from. So kudos to the backend team. They're amazing and 100% volunteer. 100% volunteer. Nobody got paid yet. They're going to get paid with deals. That's what I'm hoping. So awesome team. We're so grateful for them. So yesterday was our full day, first day launch. We're just taking action. Like, we're screwing stuff up. We're not doing it the best way. We're just taking action, imperfect action. At least we're getting this ball rolling, right? So we made calls yesterday. Beside all the spreadsheet stuff going on behind the scenes, we also made a ton of calls. Some people, like, for example, my friend Omar here. First call, Omar. How'd it go?
So the first one, it they didn't answer, and then the second person I called, I was like, they answered, and I told them that what Justin said, that, oh, I heard you're the go-to guy for multifamily, and he's like, how'd you hear that? I'm like, through Pat, because Justin said Pat, and then he's like, oh, what Pat? I'm like, oh man, I don't know. I just had to like keep going along. I'm like, oh, it was at a real estate meeting. I forgot his last name, but yeah, he said he had a good amount of stuff, and that he was gonna email it to me. He still hasn't emailed me anything, but I'm gonna email him tomorrow, or call him back tomorrow, or give him a text, because I mean, it's the weekend, so maybe he's doing other stuff. But it wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I was like panicking. I remember seeing it.
I love it.
I remember when the Elephant Challenge, they were doing it live, and then the first day of this, when people were practicing, I was just watching, sitting in the back. I'm like, I don't know if I can do that. And then yesterday, early in the morning, I was still just watching and stuff. Then I told Rob that I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, it's like kind of intimidating, but like, he's like, just get in that in the break room that he made for calls, and I was there like observing them for a good while too, and then I finally just like said, can I try? And then yeah, that's how it happened.
And that was your first time calling brokers, huh?
Yes.
But you survived. How's that possible?
I'm still here.
Awesome, man. That's the kind of stuff that makes us excited. Like, I love that stuff. Cool.
Omar, did you get a deal?
No, I've had like 3 people answer, and they said they're gonna get me stuff, and I've texted other people, and they've like replied, and they said they're also gonna get me information, but I haven't gotten any emails back or anything.
That's so
I don't know
awesome.
if it's just week. Thank you.
Cool, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, Omar. Looking forward to hearing you kill it, man.
Thanks. When I first logged on, you're like, Omar, I thought it was like in trouble or something.
No, man. No, I think it's, it's stories like yours. We had, who was it? Was it January who also made her first call the other day? Like,
well, January brought like a really great deal to the table. And we're actually going to follow up on Monday and try to put it under contract. It was like that good of a deal.
Yeah, so this is the thing, like January, just like you, made her first phone call ever, tripped all over everything, and got a deal out of it. So this is what it is. Like things like this are just, encouraging and helping to make other people see that it's not hard, right?
Yeah.
Just take action, even when you're scared, despite being afraid. Just take action and make stuff happen. Cool, man. Thanks, Omar. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, here's the plan for today. Justin, where you at, bro?
Right here, bro.
You guys keep jumping around all over my feed and I can't follow along to bring you up. Give me just 1 second. Oh, there's Darvin's. Okay. There's Justin. I found you. Okay. When I pull you guys up, are you guys seeing like 3 boxes on your screen too?
Well, it depends
No.
if they got it as a, how they set it up is if it's gallery, then no. But if they got
Speaker
a
view.
speaker view, then yes.
Okay, because what I'm doing is I'm spotlighting you guys and it looks like a stage to me and you guys are all on stage for me.
Correct.
Nice.
Is there anyone else here? I thought I saw Oscar in here, but
Oscar's here.
Yeah, I'm here. I had to switch over to mobile, but I'm here.
I'm here.
No
I'm here
worries.
too, Rob. Joey.
Joey's here. Yeah, Joey's here as well.
There you are. Okay, there's Joey. That's not Joey, that's Jorge.
You find me here. Should I raise
There
my
he is.
hand?
There he is. There he is. I found him. There he is. I can't add you because you don't have your camera on. It only likes people with cameras on. All right. So here's the plan for today. Is Jason here yet? He's not here yet. Okay. Ron's not here either. We're gonna stay in the main channel. Do you guys want to make calls today, or do you guys want to talk about lists or pool lists? I'm gonna defer to you, Darvins and Justin, on what you guys want to do today.
I would say the breakout room was really successful. I loved how that was set up.
Cool. Do you want to do? Are you gonna make phone calls today or no?
Yeah, I'll make some phone calls, get everybody to take action.
Okay, that's what we'll do. The majority of people were in the phone call room. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna leave you guys into the main area. And then if people want to do like specific stuff, I'll put them into a different room. But otherwise, this is gonna be like the main room where you guys are making calls and talking about that sort of stuff, right?
Okay.
I still need to talk to I saw Christian in here. Hey Christian, let me pull you up too, please. I broke the calculator. I don't know what I did with the napkin calculator, but it's not adding stuff up. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna put you in a room with the calculator, or if you want, you can stay in here and I'll just send you the calculator. And you can
Yeah,
work
send me
on
the
it.
link. Yes, I think I have it, but send me the link you have and I'll fix it.
Okay, let me do that now. Okay, I sent it to you. What I'd like to do is we can make some calls if you guys want. Do that for a little while. I'd also like to maybe if Christian can fix the calculator by then, maybe talk about how to fill out the napkin calculator. Talk about getting documents, needed documents, and that sort of thing. If there's any questions, you guys are free to ask questions. But I'm gonna kind of defer to you guys and let you guys do your thing.
Is there any way in one of the break rooms, Darvin's could share his screen? Can he share screens in other rooms?
Yeah, I can make him so he shares his screen in this room.
Okay, because I wanted to show them a secret sauce that we did for broker outreach. Me and Darvin's been doing it for a while. It's for broker outreach and agent outreach, where you can reach a mass amount of people and you get incoming calls instead of calling them for the people that don't want to make the calls.
Perfect.
Rob, would you bring me back in? I had to
Where'd you
sign
go?
out. I had to sign out, sign back in.
But you're not. Okay, there you are. There you are.
Hey, I have a quick question.
Sure. Who is
Hey,
it?
it's Lucas. What's up?
Lucas.
Oh, what's up, Lucas?
What's up, Lucas?
Holy
What's up,
cow!
bro?
We have a celebrity here, everybody.
Oh, come on, stop. No, but anyway, no, I was gonna ask y'all. So, like, just to get some clarification, because I just kind of hopped in 2 days, so I'm just trying to get acclimated to the group. With that being said, what would you say is a good, for someone who is comfortable with cold calling already, what would you say is a good outline? Are we using kind of like the PACE scripts that he dropped? Would that be a good outline for cold calling? And also, what information are you needing until you get the calculators and everything ready? What information are you needing the cold callers to gather? So I can just write it down in my notebook on each call, you know what I mean, to make it the most proficient call possible, at least first time touching the seller. Right?
Perfect. Lucas, before I answer your question, I just want everyone to know. So Lucas is the Arkansas guy who pasted a whole thing with Thanksgiving week. It's all over YouTube. If you don't know about it, just go back and watch Pace's Thanksgiving week. We were on a call last Tuesday night. Pretty much all these grown men you see on screen. And Lucas was telling us his story. And like, I'm not gonna lie, I got teary-eyed. Like, it's an amazing story, bro. Just amazing story to highlight not only like the amazing things that are going on in your life, number one, because there are amazing things going on in your life, but number two, just the way the community came around you and supported you just speaks so highly of what Pace is doing in setting culture.
100%.
I just want to say I appreciated that storytelling time where you were talking and we were just like, oh man, it's late, I gotta go to bed. Those 1 o'clock late night stories are always get you right here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of crazy because it was something that was very, very, well, to me, to someone who lived that, it was embarrassing. It was hard to tell, but once I really started seeing how it was reaching people and how it was actually motivating people, that there were more people than I actually thought that maybe are in similar or have been in similar situations, that it extremely motivates, then I realized it was my duty
to
share the story.
Here's what I want to do. Are you in a place where you can talk to us for a few minutes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm happy to answer your questions about calling and stuff.
Okay.
But I would love for you to talk to us about, everyone in the chat is like, we need to know the story now. So here's the thing. Chef Chavez, this is mindset. Are you in a place where you can talk? Do you have a few minutes?
Yeah, I got a little bit of time.
Okay. So Joey and Lucas, can we take the next 5-10 minutes? I'm not gonna put a time limit on it. You guys take the liberty. Let's talk some mindset stuff. Let's talk some real stuff behind the scenes. Like, what a great way to start our week.
Okay. Yeah. Awesome.
Joey, why don't you act like the interviewer here, and Lucas is being interviewed.
Yeah, we can do that. Are we gonna do it in this chat right now?
Right now, bro. It's all you guys.
Perfect. What's up, guys? So real quick, I'm at my kids' lacrosse tournament, but break between games. So, again, it's finding and making that time to prioritize things in your life, right? What an amazing opportunity to be here in front of you guys today, right? We got Lucas. So Lucas, first off,
sir.
man, where are you from?
Arkansas, North Central, little town of about 500 people called Pleasant Plains.
Nice, man. Are you're born and raised there?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's a town of about 30,000 people that I lived most of my teenage years and in my early 20s, just right north, about 15 miles. But yeah, pretty much born and raised in a little small town, USA.
So being born and raised in a small town, family's pretty important to you, right? Like, would you say it's a big priority?
100%.
Yeah, I mean, and you would pretty much probably do anything, right, for family?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I
without
think
a doubt.
that's important, right? Family is definitely important in prioritizing the right people in your life. And why don't you just start off and tell us how and how long you've been in sub 2, right? How long you've been a part of the community, and how it came about that your story got in front of Pace.
Okay. So I'm going to do my best to condense this down a little bit, or we'll be here for 3 hours. But
yeah, we need the 15-minute version. All right.
All right. I can do that. So I've been in sub 2 6 months. And it's kind of funny how I started to in sub 2, because this story that I'm about to tell, it ties back into why I joined sub 2 in the first place. Okay. So basically, I guess it was about 5.5 years ago now. I was a truck driver. My mom passed away, and it just kind of left everyone in a very negative space for a little while. And me and my wife, she was working for a nonprofit called Head Start, where she was basically kind of like a principal. They called it a director's position, but it's like a principal of a school, right? And she wasn't making very much money in that position. So we had decided that she was going to get her CDL, and I was going to train her, and we were going to go team drive. And we were going to move all of our stuff out of the rental that we had into a kind of like have you seen the rent to own like sheds you can buy off the side of the road or whatever?
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So we bought like a 12 by 32 shed to move all of our stuff in. So we got all of our stuff moved in. And my grandpa, he grew up in the 40s, like picking cotton with his siblings and stuff like that. I think he had like 6 or 7 siblings, and he's illiterate because he had to work his whole life with his family to, put food on the table. So he never got to finish school. So my mom, it was her position within the family to like take care of him and all of his bills and stuff like that. Well, I'm an only child. So when she died, all of that kind of passed to me.
Yeah, so your mom was pretty much the rock of the family there, right? Like she held it, she was the glue.
Oh my God, you have no idea. Yeah, she was the glue to the family. Matter of fact, most of the family fell apart when she passed away just because the glue wasn't there anymore,
Yeah.
And
so you being the only child, right? What'd that mean, right? You lose your glue. Are you having to step up? Are you having to take care of the family now?
Yeah, basically, I'm not my mom. I can tell you that right now. I'm not my mom. I was not able to fill those shoes, but the shoes I was going to try to fill there was at least to take care of my grandpa. You know what I mean? And so we moved that shed that we bought out here on a piece of land that I own adjacent to my grandpa's, and we were still going to go team driving, but we were going to come back like once a month, do his bills, make sure he was fine, all that good stuff, and then we were going to build a house out here. That was the plan. And about a week before my wife was going to go to school, she got a promotion that she'd been working for like literally 15 years. She'd been working in early childhood education that long, and she got promoted to an assistant director of over 30 centers. So really, really, really big position for her. And I couldn't take that away from her. So I was like, look, I get it, go ahead and take the job. I'll go back to work somewhere and because I had quit my job to go to a training company so I could train her. I said, I'll find another job somewhere and we'll just, we'll go from there. And so she took that job, and I said, we're just going to have to live in this shed for right now, this uninsulated shed. I said, because it's like we spent all of our money just to get this on our land. You know what I mean? And so we, our bed was in there and everything, all of our stuff. So the plan was just like 6 months or a year, to be honest with you. We were going to be in this uninsulated shed, no running water. At the time, we did have electricity, but we would soon start running out of funds and start having to cut bills. And electricity was one of the bills we cut right off the bat. And
So how long were you guys in that situation, living? I mean, in the freezing cold?
4 years. 4 years. We ended up there for 4 years. Yeah, and in that period, like within that first year that we were there, her mom died, and then her grandma died within that first year. So we lost 3 dear people to us within a year. And then, we were busting our butts so hard. And I started, I ended up getting sick, some, issues with my blood pressure and stuff. And it ended up putting me out of work. And so now, depression starts to really set in because, we have all these family members that's died. My grandpa ends up having a stroke, and we're having to literally take care of him. I was having to like carry him in and out of the house, into the truck and put him in the truck so way he could go to doctor's appointments and stuff, because at the time he couldn't walk. And really depression just starts to set in because you're like, we're working so hard, you know what I mean? But we can't even afford to be in a house with lights and running water. Like, what are we doing wrong kind of situation? And then basically, I ran into some Jerry Norton videos because I was just, I was scouring YouTube, just trying to figure out how I was going to get us out of this situation, side hustles, stuff like that. So I ended up doing my first deal with a Jerry Norton contract, made like $5,000, and I walked out of that title company feeling like I had robbed a bank, man. You know what I mean? Like the feeling was just amazing closing that first deal. And I ended up closing another deal that was about $7,500. So I'd made like 12,500, paid some bills. I got my wife a car because our car had broke down at this point. So I got my wife a car, and we're starting to feel a little bit better. And then one of the good things about my area is the banks in this area would actually pay assignment fees. So that's like something you never see, right? But just these small town banks, they'll pay out assignment fees. So I was actually using that to my advantage, and I was marketing these deals to homestead buyers as well. And so I get this deal and this is like really a huge detail to like the whole way this whole story ties together. I get this deal for a trashed out double wide on 1 acre, and I'm going to just try to wholesale it. So I get it under contract for like 27 grand, and I'm just asking 35 grand for it. So I'm just going to make like a quick eight grand on it. So they send the appraiser out there. I find the homestead buyer. He's going to get a loan on it, sends the appraiser out there. The appraiser comes back, says, hey, appraisal value is 20K. Bank's only going to loan 16. It completely blows up the deal. And so at that point, I had been watching a few videos on YouTube about Subject 2 with Pace Morby. So my Jerry Norton contract just so happened to have a small little line that said, I'm taking this property subject to the existing mortgage of an underline. And that was literally the only verbiage in the contract for Sub 2. But, I just said, you know what, I think I can do this deal. So I went back and I talked to the seller and was able to get her to agree to let me Sub 2 the property for like $19,000 was what was left on it.
You're not a Sub 2 member at this point, right? You learned this on your own, and you decided you're like, man, I need to do this. Like, this is how I'm going to get this done.
I just heard the idea, and I figured it would work in this situation, right?
You took action, right? You had to get it done.
100%. 100%. If you don't take action, you will not accomplish anything in this business. You know, I'll
Wait,
be
wait,
honest
wait,
with
wait,
you.
wait. Hey, Lucas.
Yeah.
Say that for me one more time, man.
If you do not take action, you will not accomplish anything in this business.
That's a nugget right there for y'all.
So anyway, so I get this property under contract. She's like, yeah, I'll do it. She's like, I owe 19 grand left on this, but I want 2,200 cash and at close. And when I was talking to Pace recently, he kind of made me ask a question I never asked before on this. He said, why 2,200 cash at close? And the only reason she wanted that was because from the time she had her last tenants in there to the time I put it under contract, that was the exact number of monthly rent she had lost. $2,200. And that's all she wanted, was for me to cover that $2,200, and she would go ahead and she would do the deal. So I said, yeah, absolutely. So I ended up going back to the homestead buyer, and I said, hey, look, what if I'm just the bank in this situation? What if I finance you? I was like, do you have any, money you could put down or anything? He said, I've got $10,000 in the bank. I said, bet. I said,
bet.
So yeah, literally bet. So he put $10,000 down on it, and he had one issue. His issue was, if I give you $10,000 down, I don't have any money left for closing costs. And I didn't really know how much the closing costs would be at that time. And I think I charged him a little too much, but the note was for $35,000. I said, I'll add an additional $5,000 to the note, and we'll just do like $40,000 amortized. It's like over like 5 years, I want to say it was. And I said, and that will be at 9% interest. He was like, I can do that. So I ended up taking out of that $10,000, paying his closing costs, but I made a lot of money back by adding those closing costs at a rate of $5,000, being amortized at 9% interest back into the principal, right? I don't know if I explained that correctly, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, you got your money back at the end. Absolutely.
Yeah, basically, I just put that money back into the deal, and then it's basically getting charged at a 9% annual rate. So anyway, so I ended up trying to figure out how I was going to get this deal closed, though, because after I started calling title companies, the limited knowledge I had at the time was not allowing me to explain to the title agents exactly what I wanted to be done. And so I'm kind of freaking out because I can't find anyone who will close this deal for me. Now, mind you, at this point, I've got about $1,000 left to my name out of all of these assignments I've done, right? I'm starting to run really low. And I ended up starting to DM Pace. I just spammed his DMs basically until he answered me. And I told him, I said, look, I said, not to say anything bad about the community. I said, but I just can't find anybody. I said, maybe I'm not talking to the right people, but I can't find anybody who can help me with the questions that I have here. I said, is there any way you can just take 5 minutes out of your day? Which we all know what that means. 5 minutes means 25. But I said, can you take 5 minutes out of your day for me and just hop on a call with me? He's like, man, I'm on set right now. He was like, but give me about 20 minutes. He's like, and I'll give you a call. Just drop your number. So 20 minutes later, I get a phone call from Arizona. So Pace called me, and little did I know he was recording this whole conversation, but we go through many different subjects on this conversation. And I told him at the end of that conversation, I said, hey, look, I said, I'm gonna close this deal basically, and then I'm coming into sub 2. And he basically told me, he said, well, if you can, because there's not many spots left. And so I ended up getting into sub 2 about 2 weeks later. I took my last $1,000 to my name because the issue I had was contracts at that point. The issue I had was contracts. I didn't have the contracts I needed, and I felt like the deal was too skinny to really partner with anybody. because I felt like it was just neither one of us would make anything at that point. It was very.
So you're pretty much at a
very
point where you're about to bet it all on joining the community to get these contracts and close
No,
these
I
deals.
did. I did bet it all.
Yeah.
I took my last $1,000 to my name. Didn't know how my wife was going to have gas to go to work. Didn't know how we was going to put food on the table. I took my last $1,000 and I did a financing plan with Sub 2. And so I
You
bet
bet it all black, baby.
I did. I did. I bet it all, man. And
Bet it out there, universe.
About a month later, we got that deal closed.
And
About
what's
a
that done
month
for you?
later.
And what has that done for you now? Like,
Oh my God. Well, I think confidence is the main thing. Yeah. I mean, I have about a $300 a month cash flow from that deal. So, I mean, there's recurring income right there. I had about, I want to say $7,000 or so left, maybe $5,000, something like that after I paid, all the fees I needed to. And I didn't know what I was doing either. I structured that deal completely poorly. You know what I mean? But I was able to take the knowledge that I got from Sub 2 and fix most of my mistakes. You know what I mean? Just because I went back, with kind of like in Band-Aid mode. Like, here's how you messed up the deal. Now you have the knowledge. Let's go back and put Band-Aids on everything and make this deal work properly. Right?
do you think you would have table if it wasn't for Sub 2?
Do what?
Do you think that deal would have ever gotten finished if you hadn't joined Sub 2?
No. There was way too much. I might could have finished the deal, but there would have been no protections on it. You know what I mean? There's a huge difference between closing a Sub 2 deal and closing a Sub 2 deal correctly, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Because, with Sub 2, you get all of the protections that, are the legal verbiage within those contracts that protect us. We all know what those documents are. You know what I mean? Well, you don't get that with a generic, hey, let me show you how to work a Sub 2 deal kind of contract. You know what I mean? Little one-liner contracts. You don't get that same kind of protection. So I don't think I would have ever got it across the table. And even if I had, hindsight's 2020. Even if I had, I would be putting myself at major risk. That's at least how I feel about it. But so 2 weeks later, a video pops up in my feed, a new Pace Morby video, and it's my conversation with Pace that I had 2 weeks prior. And so I thought it was so cool. So I go down in the comments and I start, telling everybody, I was like, hey, this was me like 2 weeks ago. I'm now a Sub 2 student and it's amazing. I think that was exactly my comment below the video. And let's fast forward 6 months now. I've been in Sub 2 6 months. I've closed a couple of wholesale deals. I've only closed the one creative finance deal. Hadn't got any more of those yet, but I've been learning how to market for those this whole time. And so I get this random message on Facebook from a guy. He was like, hey, I saw your video with Pace. He was like, and your situation was so similar to mine. He said, I wanted to reach out and talk to you. He said, I have a 2018 37-foot travel trailer that I want to do a wrap on. He's like, he said, I own the mortgage. He said, I own the debt. He's like, but it's just a liability to me. He said, it's literally sitting out in my yard. He said, and it's just draining me of money. He was like, because we don't ever use it anymore. I was like, okay. I was like, well, I said, I could probably definitely partner up with you on this. I said, but matter of fact, I said, I might be, I might be your buyer on this. So we got to negotiating, and that night, Pace was doing the first reboot of the Lanza method with Vincent Lanza, and one of my first deals in Sub 2 was with Vincent Lanza and Dustin Kircher. And so I jumped on that Zoom that night, and I was telling Lanza that I really need to talk to Pace when he jumped on. So literally this whole time while Pace is doing this Zoom, I'm in the comments like shaking his pants, like Pace, need to talk to you. Pace, need to talk to you. You know what I mean? Kind of like a kid shaking their daddy's pants leg. You know, hey, I got to talk to you. I got to tell you something. You know, I've got a testimonial, this, that, and that, the other. Finally, he pulls me up, like literally, like something from Family Guy. Like, what? You know what I mean? What do you need? And so I start to tell him, I was like, you remember the first time we ever talked? He was like, yeah. It's like, you remember you put that video up? He's like, yeah. And I was like, okay. So I started, you know, telling this whole story, how this guy had literally found me on that video and completely like searched me through Facebook and sent me this message. And then I told Pace of how we'd been living, that we had literally been living in the middle of a field on top of a mountain in a shed without running water and only 300 watts of solar for like the last 4 years. And he's blown away at this point. He's like, are you serious? I was like, yeah. And he was like, and this guy found you through my video. I was like, yeah. And he was like, dude, that is so insane. And he was like, you know what? He's like, so what's your issues? Like, what's holding you up right now from closing this down? I said, nothing's holding me up from closing it. I said, but I said, what does worry me, I said, is even if I close it, I have no way to get this trailer here. This is a 37-foot, 9,500-pound trailer. My little 02 Toyota Tundra ain't going to carry this thing. It's just not going to happen. And he's like, well, he's like, I'm sure there's a lot of people in sub 2 in Arkansas that could help you out. And he said, no, you know what? He said, if you get this deal locked up, he said, I'll cancel plans with my family for Thanksgiving. He said, and I'll fly out to Arkansas and I'll move it for you. My jaw just dropped, y'all. I'm not even gonna lie. My jaw hit the ground. I was like, are you serious? He's like, no, dude. He's like, I'm dead serious. And so he, yeah, Roberto, I'm that guy. So basically, I go and it takes me a day and a half to lock up this deal. I get it locked up. Really good terms too, I might add, and as far as I'm concerned, 40K principal, 20-year amortized at 17.5% interest, 0 down, and no payments for a month. And so I get this locked up, and a lot of people ask me, why did you do 17.5% interest? It was 2 reasons, 2 reasons only. I did not put a prepayment penalty on the deal, so there was no prepayment penalty, and it was to raise the monthly payment to the level that the seller needed to be at to make the deal happen. So basically what this means is I'm going to try to pay this off in a year. And if I do, I'm going to pay exactly $47,200 for a $57,000 trailer without having to qualify for a loan and without any money out of pocket in the beginning. So no down payment, no payments for a month. And my payments are relatively low too, like $601 a month. So I get this locked up, tell Pace, and then that's when he ends up flying out here. We spend like 3 days together, just filming like crazy. He ended up moving the trailer down here for me, and we shot all kinds of content. My wife put together this huge, with the help of Pace and the sub 2 community. She used her leadership at that nonprofit. We have a big industrial kitchen there to put on a huge community dinner where we fed like 355 people in person there at the event. And then I want to say we sent out probably close to enough food to feed probably an additional 500 to 700 people.
And where did you guys get all the food from? Who helped put all this together?
So that was what was crazy. Pace stroked the check, but literally sub 2 showed up in masses down at Sam's Club in Little Rock, and they just started filling baskets. Well, there was like 40 turkeys, there was 30 hams, like I don't know how many pies and drinks and sides and all of this. And like, so we put this whole event together in 3 days. We had 3 days to put together a sub 2 meetup, a community dinner that probably fed somewhere between 500 and 1,000 people in total. And he had a driver move my travel trailer down here 3 hours from the north. It was moved from Fayetteville, Arkansas to just south of Batesville, Arkansas, which is about a three and a half hour drive. So we had all this done within a 3-day period and hired 3 videographers that filmed the whole thing. Like, it was a rat race. It was the most insane thing I've ever been through, but he absolutely changed my life. And I think probably more than anything, what just blew my mind was after all of it was said and done and we were starting to recover, you know, we filled up the holding tank with water. So we had running water for the first time. And, you know, I turned on the gas and I turned on the hot water heater, right? And my wife, she got to go in to the bathroom and take a shower, a hot shower in her own house for the first time in over 4 years. And that was just a hugely emotional moment. And I'm not an emotional guy at all, but I almost teared up on that one because, like, that was huge for her. Like, I was able to provide that for her, especially with the help of Sub 2. Like, I haven't been able to provide a simple thing like a hot shower in her own home for her in over 4 years. And now she has that. You know what I mean? She
So
can come in.
you can say this pretty much. I mean, obviously, right? We all see it, right? This being a part of this community changed your life. It had a deep
Oh my
impact, right?
God.
You took that faith and you just jumped full, huh, man? 100%.
Yeah.
Didn't hold back.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's so much more, but I mean, that is the literally the shortest way I can tell that story, because it's just, it's the last 5 years of my life. You know
Hey,
what I
man.
mean?
I know, I get it.
I mean, thank y'all so much for taking the time to listen. I mean, you know, it was hard. It was a hard period of time, but I want to say that I love every single person in Sub 2. I mean, because not just the people that was here in the flesh. I mean, there was a lot of people who made this happen, even behind the scenes in Phoenix and other places around the world. I mean, yeah, I just want to say that it's the most amazing community I've ever been in.
Yeah, man. You know, I had a conversation, I think it was with Anthony about this yesterday, about kind of just giving it up and going full in and not having, it's not excuses, it's none of that. It's just really giving it up and believing in the process. I think if once you do that, once you make that full commitment, as silly it is to say, it happens. It changes lives. I mean, what happened to you, look what it did for your life. I mean, it completely transformed what you're able to do. I know, again, what'd you do? Like we keep telling everybody, take action, right? Rob said it today, go out there, make a mess and see what happens. And what'd you do? You made a mess, you put your faith into it, and it came out on the other side really well for you.
People need to stop being afraid. This was my biggest issue. People need to stop being afraid of asking for help too.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes it is. I mean,
you know,
it's hard to reach out to people, right?
It is. You know, that was my thing. It was, you know, a huge pride thing. But that moment when I dropped my pride and I said, "Hey, look, I need help," because, you know, here's the thing: there are leaders in this community like Rob Sema and like Pace Morby, like yourself. You know what I mean? There are leaders in this community who, if they haven't been through the same exact situation, they've been through something that they can at least relate with, to help you in your situation. You know what I mean? Like, if you've ever been homeless, I can pretty much relate now, right? And so, like, there were actions that I had to take that you'll probably have to take as well. I heard a story about a woman that's in Sub 2. I don't know who her name is. I really want to find out who this person is. But I was told a story about a woman that was in Sub 2 that literally had she was homeless and she had a duffel bag with a desktop computer in it, and her friend during the day while her friend was at work would let her go in her garage to plug up her computer, and she made $1 million year one in Sub 2 from wholesaler outreach.
And it's just, honestly, it's just inspiring. And I think really more than just joining Sub 2, I truly believe it's just putting it out there in the world, right? It's taking that action, it's taking that final just faith, and like, I'm really putting myself out there. I'm putting it into myself to make it happen. And it really makes a difference, I think, for people.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. You just have to decide what you want out of life. If you want mediocre, all you're going to ever have is mediocre.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to decide what you want out of life, and then you have to take it. And that don't have to be in a negative or aggressive way. But here's the thing: if you don't go out there and you don't fight for what you want, no one else is going to fight those battles for you.
Yeah, you create your universe, right? I mean, I can speak on that. Willing and going out, everything I've ever, I mean, truly everything I've wanted in my career as a chef or as a family, I've made happen, right? I've willed it. I've spoken into existence. I wasn't happy where I was at. Boom. All right. I found somebody to pay me to move across country to work for them and make a difference.
Wow.
Constantly just doing that, committing fully to myself in the process.
Yeah.
Right now I can sit comfortable and just be chill, right? Hang out with my family, not work a lot. But for me, I want more. All right. I put myself into the process and I want to level up in life. And to level up, I really think it takes that true commitment of giving yourself into the process.
Right.
Once you put it out there, it's for me, it's been life-changing. For you, it's been life-changing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you speak to any other sub-2 student that are actually taking action, it really makes a difference in what we try to do.
Right. Well, I think that goes back to you was talking about you wanted more. I mean, that's the same way with me. I've spent many a nights, making different calculations and figuring out, what I want, and I've already figured out the numbers. I know what it takes to financially retire me at this point comfortably. It's like, as long as I have a recurring cash flow of $7,500 a month, I'm financially retired at that point. But the question is the number that will retire you financially the number you want to stop at? And for me, the answer is no. You know what I mean? I could live comfortably on $7,500 a month, but that's not where I'm going to stop. You know what I mean? I kind of relate it a lot to truck driving. I don't know if you've known any truck drivers in your life, but almost any truck driver you've ever met in your life will tell you there's something about the job that gets in your blood and like it becomes addictive, right? Each one of those trips, they just become addictive. And I say it like this, like, since I've gotten into real estate, every single one of these conversations, every single one of these closes, every single one of the failures that I've had, even, they've become addictive. It's almost like an adrenaline rush for me. Every time I hop on the phone, like, it's an adrenaline rush, huh?
When you're passionate about what you're doing, oh, bro, there's nothing that, it's really truly loving what you do. I mean,
right.
Yeah. But you love it. You need, you yearn for it. I mean, I think that's where this whole little group that we've created here came about, right? There was a couple of us hanging out every night, talking till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And I think we realized, man, we could really make a difference, and this is how this whole idea was born. Just put it, be in it, making it happen. So no, man, I really appreciate you sharing your story, right? It's an inspiration, especially to these guys, man. A lot of these guys aren't in the community, and truly seeing how it can change somebody's life, really buying in and just taking action. That's all it's about.
100%. Couldn't agree more.
All right. Well, it was awesome talking to you, man. I gotta go.
Yeah,
I gotta watch my cross game. Appreciate connecting with you. We'll see y'all. I'll see you guys hopefully soon.
Oh, you'll see me soon. I ain't going nowhere.
Cool, man. All right, guys. Later.
Holy cow. Did you guys like that? If you guys like that, put a 10 in the chat. Show Lucas some love.
Sorry I took so long to tell that story though, brother.
There is nothing you need to apologize for, brother.
Great stuff.
Nothing at all.
Great story.
You didn't mention the honey buns with cheese though.
You gotta stop.
We've been talking about it ever since, right?
For real?
we got an inside joke going now. Honey bunches.
No, I'm gonna tell you though. I'm gonna tell you.
Honey buns and cheese is my safe word now.
That cheese is goodness, man. No,
It's
but
cool,
I'm
man.
serious. Has anyone tried it though, or y'all just making fun of me?
Okay, now you got to tell us that story.
I'm making fun of you because I never tried it.
Okay, so basically, no, it was just a weird thing. My wife's father, so my father-in-law, he just told me one day, it's like, because I love honey buns, he loves honey buns. He's like, have you ever put a slice of cheese on your honey buns? What? Like, I was just like, y'all, like, what? Like, I was dumbfounded. And he's like, no, for real, just try it one time. So, I mean, I thought he was just trying to pull something on me or whatever. No, he's eaten his honey buns like this for like probably 20 years. And so I tried it and it was actually kind of fire. So I was like, you know what? I got a new snack. So that was basically just the story of that. But yeah, I've got some
Hey
weird
Lucas,
stuff.
hey
Yo,
Lucas, tell everybody about the other creation you made right before when we were on the phone call
oh,
before this.
nah, bro. Okay, so there's another gross sounding snack that has been in my personal family for years. January said, what kind of cheese? All right, so traditionally, it's American cheese. You gotta love it, Rob. So traditionally, it's American cheese. Me personally, I prefer Colby Jack. Okay, so anyway, moving on from the honey buns with cheese. So there is another weird snack that I like that my grandma used to fix all of the kids, and it sounds disgusting, but it absolutely is fire. And that is a peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich.
Oh.
Bro, I have to jump back in for that's disgusting. Jesus Christ.
Bro, I agree with you. When I first heard it, I was like, no. But
Hey,
then
That's
like,
crazy,
but
dude.
here's
Peggy
the thing.
Sue's mom used to make that for her. She just told me.
So here's the
Nasty.
thing. Here's the thing though. Here's what y'all gotta realize about it. If y'all are globbing on the mayonnaise, now you are disgusting. Okay. That's absolutely gross. Has to be a thin layer of mayonnaise on one slice, and then just the normal amount of peanut butter on the other slice. Put it together, and it's fire. You know what I mean? If you really want to go hard, you can throw a slice of cheese on it.
This is too much for me.
I'll stick with peanut butter and jelly.
See, but that's too much sugar. Now you're over here bouncing off the wall. You gotta balance it out with some good fats. I'm just saying.
No, you're right. You're right.
No, but I'm gonna mute myself now. Someone
No,
said
hold on.
that's
Don't
next
go
level.
nowhere because I have to answer your question.
Oh, I'm staying right here. I'm just trying to not blow up your Zoom anymore with honey buns with cheese.
Alternative diets.
Right.
Okay, you had asked the question. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, no, this is some next level fat boy stuff.
Lucas, man, thanks for your story and all that. We're super grateful you came on and told us about it. The question was, if you're comfortable getting on phones, what should you be doing? Somewhere about that. So the goal we're going to be going live every day. Like the Zoom is going to stay on from like 9 in the morning until 9 in the morning Central until whatever, till we can't call people no more because they're not picking up anymore. We have various breakout rooms. This main room will be for calls, like people who want to make calls, and whether they're calling sellers or whether they're calling agents, we're just going to get people comfortable with making calls. It's about making mistakes. It's about getting out of our comfort zone, that whole thing. You're welcome to do it live in front of everybody. You're welcome to do it on mute. Justin and Darvin's are working on creating, we have already a list that's at least 90,000 strong, which will get us probably through a week or two. And then we're working on pulling another 50,000 list. So we have some material to work with, right?
Okay.
When we're making calls, whether it's to a seller or whether it's to a broker, there's really three pieces of data we need. We need, we would like an OM if it's available, but it's not necessary. What we do need is we need a T12.
Okay.
A T12 means trailing 12. It's a document talking about all the expenditures and all the income and everything. It's the financials for the last year. Okay. We're trying to get it to be as recent as possible. Like if it's more than 3 months back, we need a new one. Like it needs to be as current as possible. Okay. The second thing we really need is a rent roll.
Okay.
And it's nice to have it as detailed as possible. I mean, I want to know how many units there are. What are the mixes of the units? How much each one is paying in rent? How much they're paying in a pet fee? Are they renting a garage? Like we want to know all of that because that helps us determine how much income are we really making, right?
Got it.
So those are two. The third thing we're trying to do is we're trying to gauge motivation and openness to creative options.
Got you.
We're just trying to gauge it. When we're talking multifamily, there's typically two things we ask for. Are they open to seller financing? Is the loan assumable? Those are the two things. Like those are the two big things, right? Owner financing, we can talk about all that stuff later. We're just trying to gauge if they're interested. And the loan being assumable, in case someone doesn't know what an assumable loan means, it means that whatever the current loan is already existing, it can stay existing, the same terms, same rates, same time length, all that stuff. But we would take that over. We would have to re-qualify for it.
Right.
Okay. So just so everyone is aware, those are basically the things we're looking for.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason why we're wanting to know if the loan is assumable is because in multifamily, usually the terms on these mortgages are a lot shorter than like in single family, and so like sub 2 isn't always an option when it comes to these multifamily deals. Is that correct?
Correct. It's not always an option, and plus current mortgage can have a very low interest rate on it, which would be something we'd like to keep in place if possible.
So can you break down an OM for me? Because that is something that, I am very new to multifamily. I'm not new to this premise because the premise is the same. It's just the data is different, right?
Yeah.
So that being said,
in
could
OM,
you break down an OM for me?
Yeah, an OM is an offering memorandum. That's what OM stands for. And I like to think about it like a kind of like a resume where they're talking about what's going on with the property. Like here's how many rooms it has, units it has. Here's what the makeup of those units are. Here's about the neighborhood. Here's a little bit of work that might have been done to it. They're trying to, it's like Tinder. Like everybody puts their best face forward on that document. Like everyone's all prettied up. It's just like an intro to this property, like a data sheet.
Okay. That makes sense.
All right. That's all an OM is. 99% of the time, they're full of lies.
Gotcha. So basically the T12 and the rent roll is taking place of a profit and loss statement here, correct?
Okay, that's a great question. So sometimes we're targeting multifamily that is let's say straight to seller, or even sometimes when you're dealing with a broker, but sometimes the mom and pops, they don't really do a good job taking care of documents, right? And so when you ask for a rent roll, they'll send you pictures of their yellow notepad. So this is time to do some detective work. However, that sometimes is a good thing. It means that there's not technology in place. It means that there's not scale and there's not advantages taken, and there's not things taken advantage of to make those margins better. Like they're usually not aware of what rent is, market rents are, and they're not near that level. And so there's lots of different things we can do for value add. So when you come across, it's one of those things like, I don't know if you guys know who Cody Sanchez is. If you don't, follow her on YouTube, but she's like, whenever I'm buying a business, I'm looking for fax machines. Right? These are outdated things. Like, I know I can add some technology into this to make it run better. So when you're seeing a mom and pop send you pictures of their rent rolls and it's on yellow pad, you know, like, okay, this is something I can add some value to. Right? And so sometimes they're not going to have a proper T12. They'll call their accountant and be like, hey, can I get a profit and loss statement? And sometimes that'll be there for us.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to ask that question because I know I was working on a RV park before, and that was what we went for there. So
Perfect.
we went for the profit and loss. Perfect. Okay, so that will also be something good to get in lieu of T12 then.
Yeah, sometimes they don't have the profit and loss because they're more put together and they have a T12. You know, it's one of those things. I just asked, do you have a T12 or a P&L?
Yeah,
and they'll tell you what they have.
Got you.
If
Perfect.
they have anything. Like sometimes there's nothing.
Yeah, going direct to seller, sometimes you're going to get a bank statement. So, you know, they have a business bank account and all of the rent rolls are just deposits that have been coming in every month, right? So you have to really get into the weeds and go one by one and match it with the actual renter itself.
So I think me personally, I'm comfortable with bringing the deals up to the stage of underwriting and then, you know, creating an LOI. I'm not comfortable with the underwriting yet, and I'm not comfortable with writing the LOI. So I think I can get it up to that stage, and then hopefully by the end of this challenge, I can learn that process as well.
Yep, that's our goal.
Okay, great.
So I talked earlier about like how a deal would progress, and were you here for the spreadsheet and all that stuff?
Yes, for the most of it. I saw the calculator that you was having repaired, so I did see that. I don't know if you have any other tools that you have created, but I did see that one. So, and it looks amazing.
Hey Rob, I have a question there.
Roberto.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. What's up?
Yeah, I was looking at how to do that kind of, you know, finding that kind of deal, and then I realized that sometimes they have like do we have like any criteria for the vacancy rate? Because sometimes the vacancy rate is a big opportunity to increase the value because they don't care about the property. Some people are leaving, and then it's a good thing because the one that are vacancy, we can update it, renovate it, and then rent it at the market price.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's always something to think about.
It's definitely part of the expert review part of the underwriting. So as you get in more depth, and we start looking at vacancy rates and what the occupancy rate is, and that's definitely a factor.
Yeah, and the other one was like they are doing the property management by themselves. That's a good thing too, because you can add value on that one too.
Yeah, whenever they're self-managing, they're getting older and they're having a hard time staying on top of that thing. That's always a place where they're tired landlords, right? They're ready to get out and move on. So those are always great opportunities when you're going direct to seller for sure.
And then the other one is just given what I just found, right? Is sometimes they don't have any presence online, like they don't have a website, anything like that. And on top of that, they don't have like how to do prospecting the tenant. So there are no prospecting in place. So you know, for doing a tenant's background check, you can do $16. But if you do an application fee by $50, you have an extra income in the property, and they don't have that kind of system in place.
There's definitely lots of little places to optimize and add value. All of those things that you mentioned, Roberto, are great ways to do that, and we evaluate each property for those things. It's fantastic insight.
Yeah.
the last question I had, Rob, and then I'll definitely mute myself. But the last question I had is, are we doing this in this group kind of nationwide, or do y'all have pre-selected markets?
We do not have pre-selected markets. Originally, my goal was to have a selected market. And what happened was a few of the other groups were struggling, and we were able to team up together. So we sort of are collaborating now, and now it's just pretty much markets are open. The team is able to underwrite in any market.
Okay, perfect. I was just kind of curious because I know I have some of my own leads that I pulled off some privy searches already.
Perfect.
So I was just going to run those lists if we were doing any markets. So cool.
Yeah, no problem. You can use your own list if you'd like when making calls and all that stuff. Or if you want to come into the Zooms and make calls live, Justin and Darvin's are able to provide you lists to help get you going. And we're going to be targeting both on market and off market. We're really going to grab the bull by the horns and do everything possible. Like on market, off market, we're just going to swamp and kill everyone in our way.
Yeah, and I think that's really great because I'm really confident with cold calling. So that's something, as long as I have a decent outline of what that call looks like, oh man, I mean, I can make hundreds of calls a day. You know what I mean? That's one of my superpowers though. You know what I mean?
Love it. Awesome.
And how do you can connect with Lucas when he's doing that kind of thing? So for the newbie here, that
hey Lucas, do you mind coming in during the week and making calls live so everybody can hear you?
So there's only one issue with that. I run my computer off my phone's internet. I don't have home internet right now because I live out in the middle of nowhere. So my next deal is going to pay for Starlink, but at this time, like I have no way that I know of to be able to make a call and also be on a Zoom at the same time.
Okay, we will figure something out.
You have any way to record that yourself? Like
Now that I could probably do. I could probably make some pre-recordings and upload them to Discord if that's a possibility. I don't know if there's any kind of a resource center where I could just upload a video of me making phone calls or whatever.
Yeah, so get into our Discord, the Elephant All Stars Discord. We do have a resource center. If you want, what I can do is I can set up a Google Drive where you could just dump stuff into. And then people can go in there and listen to your recordings. And I think it would be a great resource. I think a lot of people would be grateful for that. Even if they're just audio, it's fantastic.
Well, I was thinking as well, I'm starting to get into my social media stuff too. So that would actually be really great content as well for my own social media feeds and everything like that. So I need to be recording these calls anyway. So that adds value to everybody all the way around. So yeah, thank y'all for pushing me to do that.
Heck yeah, man. Get out there. You got a great story. I think it needs to be shared.
Thank you so much.
All right, Lucas. Thanks, Roberto. Before I jump in, let me answer Sue Dow.
Hey Rob, thanks for giving me the stage for a sec. I just
No
wanted
video?
to remind. Sorry, no, not at the moment.
Okay.
But just wanted to say quick mention to folks who are new to these types of calls to please put their full names. Some of them are listing company names or just first names. So you can update that info if you look in the participant list or also when you click on your profile picture.
Perfect. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and happy to answer anyone in message as well if folks have a hard time with that.
Cool. Thank you, Sue Dow.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Have a good one. Cool. Is there anyone who still has that has any questions about the overview, the process of what what it looks like looking for deals and then submitting them into the web form, submitting them using the napkin calculator and then going into the web form. Does anyone have any questions? If you have questions about that, put a 10 in the chat. And I'm happy to talk through that one more time in case you came in a little bit later. One person is good enough. I'll use that. So as you're making calls and finding those pieces of information, and remember, what are the three things we're looking for? First one is we kind of need to see financials, so a T12 or a P&L, and we kind of need to see a rent roll. Okay, once you have those two things, you can use the napkin calculator. The third thing is we also want to gauge interest, if there's any interest in a creative option, seller finance or an assumable loan. Okay, those are kind of the 3.5, 4 things we're looking for. Okay, but now you've got enough information to go and fill in the napkin underwrite sheet. And let me share my screen and I can show you guys what that napkin underwrite sheet is. If you're on a computer, you're probably going to see it better, but no worries at all. We can make that happen. So here's what the napkin underwrite sheet looks like. And it looks like Christian was able to fix most of it. And so we'll do our best to make it work. If it doesn't work today, this eventually will be put into the multifamily channel, into the resource section in Discord. Everyone's going to have access to this. Okay. So you put in the property address. Well, first off, everybody paying attention, everybody take notes. First off, what you do is you make a copy for yourself. You go up here to file, you see this file right here, make a copy. And that way you always have a blank one to work with. Okay. And so you enter, I'll do that so everybody can see it. Okay. You know, having two boys is great, but when they're constantly fighting, it makes it a super fun day. All right, so you make a copy and a new one comes up, okay? This is where you enter the property address. We're gonna say this one is 1234 all night long lane, okay? And the contact is Bruce Springsteen. That's my seller, okay? And his phone number is 123-456-7890. Okay. And his email is bruce@thespring.com. Okay. And I've done some due diligence and I've found an OM and a T12 and a rent roll. Okay. Those little things, how they go green. That's so cool. I love that stuff.
Can you repeat what is the offer memorandum? So you need to ask them for the offer memorandum?
You need to ask them if they have an OM.
Okay.
They don't always have it, but often they do. And the offer memorandum, that paper, it's just an intro to the property. It kind of has details. I'll pull one up and I'll show you guys in just a minute, okay? This is you. Property finder is you. So in our case, this would be, I'm going to pick on you, January. Hi, January. And January's phone is 987-654-3210. Okay. And her email is
675-349. Is that right? 309. 867-5309.
I'm not gonna put your real number.
That's not my real number. That's the song.
Your email is January month@month.com. Okay. Now, we're gonna look and we're gonna find our asking price, whether it's from the OM or the broker or seller has told you what that number is. Okay. I want to take a little 2-second sidebar. When you're calling and talking to a broker, ask if they have, write this down, ask if they have a whisper price. A whisper price. So this is one of those things where you imagine there's a broker and the seller whispers in his ear, we're asking 1 million, but I'll be okay if we go down to 900,000. That's a whisper price. We're going to list it at $1 million, but I'd be okay if we go down to 900,000. So ask the broker, do you have a whisper price? What are you guys offering? What's this listed at? Okay. You'll have the number of units. You'll have an average current rents. Now you might say, well, some of them are 1 bedroom and some of them are 2 bedroom and some of them are 3 bedroom and they're all mixed up. Average. Add them all together, divide by the number of units, like average. Okay. Occupancy. We want to know what the current occupancy is. This number, so these two numbers, average rents and current occupancy, are typically 2 numbers that are pulled from our rent roll. Okay, that's where you get those numbers. Even units you get from the rent roll. It'll tell you how many units there are, how much they're renting for, that whole thing. Okay. Our desired cap rate, this is a spot where you will go. And for example, if the subject property you're looking at is in Memphis, you'll Google Memphis multifamily cap rate. Pretty simple. If you're in Anchorage, you'll Google Anchorage multifamily cap rate, and it'll give you a number. Let's say 5.16. That's a super arbitrary number. Okay. Now I have these pieces of data. So only the yellow is what you're editing, right? You can put here because you're a fantastic person. You're like, talked to seller and they are motivated and open to seller finance. Just an example. Christian, are you here?
Yes.
I'm typing and the box keeps getting bigger.
Oh.
This is one of those Steve Jobs moments. I wanted to rap. I wanted to rap at this line. Thanks, Christian. I'm just picking on you, man.
Is he in the format? You can do that.
I'm not gonna do that because I'll break it. I am not a
Yeah.
spreadsheet guy. Don't make me edit formulas and stuff. Oh, no, don't. I'm not gonna do that. Okay. So you've gathered this information. You've taken some property notes. These gray lines here, they auto calculate. Okay. Gross potential rent is basically number of units times rent per month times 12. That's what gets us there. Then this number right here, gross actual rent, takes this and multiplies it by whatever the current occupancy is. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build a story of what is this property, what are the numbers on this property right now? That's what we're interested in. What's the state of the property right now? How much money is the property making now? We're not talking about potential. Another word for potential is pro forma. You'll hear this often. We're not worried about that at this step. At this step, what is it now? What's going on now? Okay. After we find the actual income, the rent per year, it takes this and it divides it by the cap rate, and we get this number right here, NOI. Did I say that backwards? Christian will correct me. Anyway,
I did not pay attention.
That's okay. No worries. So anyway, we get to the NOI. What is the NOI? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't divided by the cap rate. I'm sorry, I lied. We take this number here, the current actual rent, the current actual income. And what we're doing is we're thinking, what are going to be the expenses? So this is how much they're making per year, but what are their expenses per year?
50% there, right?
And what we're doing is we're assuming 50% of our income is going to be used in expenses. Now, this is people will get upset with this and say, well, it's not always 50%. Sometimes it's 47%. I understand this is a broad brush stroke. That's what we're doing here. Broad brush strokes. On average, it's 50%, and that's what we're going to use. Okay. So now we're at our NOI. This is our net operating income. Now, this net operating income does not include debt service. Our mortgage payment, our seller financing, all that stuff is not included in this number. But we're not worried about that number yet. That's something we worry about a little bit later. What we're worried about right now is, are we in the same ballpark? Right? Is what the seller is asking for within the ballpark of what the actual numbers on this property are? Are we talking the same language? That's what's happening here, okay? This is a generalized statement, generalized document. We're doing broad brushstrokes here, okay? So after all of this is calculated, we find that, man, with 80% occupancy, with all of this stuff, our maximum allowable offer on this one happens to be 16,000. Now, this is a drastic, is this cap rate? Do I have to do percent here again?
Yeah, you gotta type it in as a percent.
Okay, this needs to be fixed too, Christian, because I messed it up. This is the one I messed up right here. I made it so that it should be automatically populating as a percentage, and I broke it somehow, and it's not doing that anymore.
It should do that. Try to just type 5 and tab out of it.
5.16, enter. No, it's not.
It's not going to be the fixed one because you made a copy of it, right?
No, it should make it no matter what. The formula should carry over. So we still have a couple of bugs to be fixed out, but it should be fixed out pretty quick here. Okay, so we've got all of our numbers, and we see two things. Okay, I'm gonna talk to you about two scenarios. Number one is this green scenario. Okay, what we're saying is that we can offer 1.67 million on this property, but they're only selling it for $1 million. That means they're priced low. We can make an offer on this. This would be a good property for us to make an offer on. Okay, so we're seeing green here. That means go. Before I tell you what to do when it says go, let me tell you what happens if it's a no. Okay, suppose this property was being listed at 10 million. Suppose this property is being listed as 10 million. We go through our calculations and we come up with a number that says our max we can offer on this is 1.6. We're not even in the same ballpark. That's a $8.5 million difference. We're not talking the same language here. Submit for deep underwriting? No, there's no way we could. This is not a warm lead. At this point, what do we do? Do we just throw this out and be like, this is crazy, let's go to the next one? No. What we should be doing is we should be going back to the seller or going back to the broker and saying, I submitted that property to my underwriting team, which happens to be you in this case. But I submitted that property to our underwriting team and I got a number that's closer to 1.6 million. Can we talk about that? Are you guys willing to negotiate? Are you guys willing to come down? gather some more data, gather some more info, okay? You're likely to run into two scenarios. Scenario one is, yeah, we were just throwing numbers at the wall. Like, I think your number is probably closer to reality. Okay, now we can talk serious things. Now would be a good time to probably move this forward, okay? If the seller or the broker is like, no, I want every dollar of 10 million, I'm never gonna go down on my price. This is now a dead lead. This is now a dead lead. So the question is, what do we do with a dead lead? What you do with the dead lead is you keep track of it. And what you do is in a week from now, you call again. Hey, I'm following up on that property. Is that still available? Are you still considering selling that? And they'll say, no, stop calling me. Okay, no problem. And a week later, you call again. And you call the week after that. And you call the week after that, because real estate is all about follow-up, right? And you'll call for 9 months. And you'll be like, finally, the seller might one day might be like, man, you've been calling me for 9 months, but now I have a grandbaby coming and I need to build a house and blah, blah, blah. I would consider selling to you because you've been super disciplined about following up with me. Y'all following? Okay. So red means I need to do more work. I would recommend for you guys to keep track of properties. I use a notebook. If you guys are more tech savvy and you want to use an Excel spreadsheet or a CRM, you're welcome to. But that follow-up. So having said that, sidebar, once a week, we're going to dedicate one whole day to follow-ups, where all we're going to be doing is calling our old leads, following up. Okay, one day a week. Darvin's and Justin are going to be working that out, which day that is, and helping with all those calls and everything. So let's go back to our scenario where we're like, kind of in the same ballpark. Okay, I did 10 million, but that was ridiculous. I could have done a lower number, but let's see. Let's find a number where it goes green. 200,000 is not a good number. Okay, now the difference between, in this case, let's say they're asking for 2 million. You're likely to see a scenario like this. They're asking 2 million, our MAO is like 1.6 million. And you're like, that's pretty close. It is pretty close. Go back, talk to the seller, talk to the broker, see if there's anything happening. What's happening here is the difference between 1.6 and 2 million is not that much. This might be able to be negotiated. Talk to the seller, talk to the broker, see if they're willing to move on it. If they're willing to move on it, then it's time to push it forward. Or if, like we said, you're in a scenario where you're pretty close, it's going to say green, you can move forward. How do we move forward? What does this mean? So this takes you to this form. This will also be available in the Discord Resource Center. I will make a link to this there, okay? Everyone's gonna have access to this. Andrea's typing on my screen. I forgive you, Andrea. Everyone's gonna have access to this, and it's basically this sheet, but broken down. And you'll enter all the information on the property, you'll enter all this stuff, all this stuff, all this stuff, all this stuff. From that document that you just did, there's this place where you can upload the OM, you can upload the rent rolls, you can upload all those things. This is the important part for you. Make sure you put your name, your phone number, your email address, and any extra notes you had, they go here. It's important you do these identifiers because we want to know who that came from. That's a warm lead and that is valuable. And we want to make sure that your name is attached to it. Okay. What happens from here is it puts it into the back end where now it's going to go to what we call deep underwriting. All those number cruncher people are going to start looking at this and we're going to start evaluating it. Okay. Does anybody have any questions so far? Oh man, there's a lot of people's questions. I'm sorry. I'm terrible at sharing screens and looking at stuff all over the place. And Lizeth, I am going to ask you to turn your video on.
Hi.
Oh, I can bring you up. Hi, Lizeth, how are you?
Good, and you?
I am doing not too bad for a Sunday. We got 77 people here. We're hanging out. What a great team we have.
I love it. A lot of great information. So I want to start doing calls. I've already made one call to a realtor and they were open to an offer, but they ended up taking another offer. So I already kind of went down that road. I still get nervous about making calls, but I want to do it just to get it out of my system. But I'm very interested in doing underwriting. So who do I connect to learn that? Who do I connect with, or what room do I go to?
There's nothing happening right now. Is that what you mean?
Well, no, like because right now when you guys do your breakout rooms and then people are making calls and the people who are doing spreadsheets and things like that, is there going to be a breakout room to learn how to do underwriting?
We're still working out those details.
Okay.
We're only like 3 days in.
Okay.
We're only like 3 days in, so we're still trying to figure all that stuff out.
Okay, perfect.
Bear with
That's
me.
all. Okay, thank you. I appreciate everything you're doing.
I tell people, so let's see, because I'm genuinely curious. Let's see how many people we have. Where are we? We're here. Here and here. 312 people.
That's awesome.
We got a freaking rock star team here. So we've built a 300-person company in a weekend. We're gonna kill it.
Party.
Yeah, next year we're gonna throw $1 million Christmas party.
That'd be awesome. All right, so I'll start to go doing the calls and getting that under my belt and getting comfortable with that process.
Heck yeah, and calls will be going on all day, every day, whether it's a follow-up call or broker outreach or seller outreach, whatever it is, every day, because the more practice, the more reps people get in, the comfortable they'll feel.
Okay, I do have a lead on a fourplex here in Vegas. It's owned by a woman's corporation or something. I was approached with it by a realtor. I'm a notary signing agent, so I was signing her, and then she brought it to me, but she didn't give me any information. I asked her, I'm like, well, is it rented? Are the people paying? Is it vacant? And she's like, well, I drove by and it looks like people are there. I'm like, I can't present it to anyone. This was months and months ago before I joined Sub 2. I'm like, I can't present it to someone without having that type of information. So she's like, well, if you're willing to do a deal, then he's willing to sell the rest of the units that are the rest of the fourplexes in that area. I haven't talked to her in a long time, so she didn't want to be paid as a realtor on the deal, but she wanted to get paid as like an assignment fee.
Okay.
Because she has a personal relationship with the people selling it. So I didn't know if I should try to maybe contact that person directly. I haven't talked to her in maybe 5 months, or should I reach out to her and see if she could get me in contact and then pay her an assignment fee?
I always err on the side of trying to make sure everybody's happy. So I would call them and be like, hey, do you still want to act as a property finder here for a lead, or do you want me to just go direct to the seller and take care of it myself?
Okay.
That's what I do. Like I err on the side of abundant leeway to make sure nobody's feelings are hurt, sometimes to a fault, but that's just me,
I was just wondering if it would be better to talk to them, because she didn't have any information. Like every time I reached out to her, I'm like, hey, I need to know, like, do we need to evict people? Do we have squatters? And she's like, well, they just don't want no inspection period. They just want someone to come in and pay for it all cash. I'm like, I can't give that to someone. Like, I need more. I'm like, I don't know what I need, but I know I need more than that.
Yeah, what a great way to learn, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I'll reach out to her again and then see if we could get something going, and, you know, if they're still interested in selling. I think she said that they had 5 or 6 fourplexes here in Vegas.
Cool.
All
That's
right.
awesome.
Well, thank you so much.
Yes, no, thank you. I appreciate it.
I'll put my hand down.
I got someone asking me information about a deal. I'm sorry, guys. I'm also trying to do business on the side.
I think January and Carly have questions.
Yeah, yep, I see it. Thank you very much. I'm trying to answer a text because I was trying to get Erick Volquez in here. He was the one who was Friday night on the Friday all day on the Elephant Challenge doing underwriting. He is in a meeting, so I don't want to pull him out of that meeting. But hopefully he said he's going to try to pop in here and kind of hang out with us and talk to us about his document and see if that's something we can continue to use or whether we should improve it or not. Let's see, where are we at? Miss January, how are you?
Doing great, Rob. How are you?
I am doing good. It's Saturday.
Is it wait, it's not Saturday, is it?
Sunday.
It's so on that calculator sheet, it talks about a desired cap rate. And then you said Google, like the city's multifamily cap rate average. Some of the OMs that I've gotten from the brokers that I've been getting a lot of data from many different brokers on a lot of different properties. So I'm ready to dive into underwriting, but some of them give me a cap rate. And I'm wondering, which cap rate do I put in there? Do I find the average cap rate for the city they're in, or do I apply the cap rate that they claim?
Yeah, so you can do both. I mean, like most of the people just use the one that they send, just to kind of give you like a quick analysis if it's really going to work with their numbers. Because typically, if it's not going to work with their numbers, it probably won't work with ours either. But I like to look at both. I'll go find the cap rate for it. So like, if it's a deal with their numbers, then I'll take it and go through an extensive underwriting from there. And if you just look it up and it's crazy different, then you can run both numbers and see if it's a deal with actual numbers. But we'll have to go back to them. That'll be the first, part of our negotiation is going back with them and being like, hey, your cap rate's an 8 and, the market's showing a 5. So we're way off, so we'll use that as leverage.
Right. Okay.
Remember that Galveston deal that we were looking at where we just assumed what the cap rate was in the city and that's how we generated the number? So your cap rate is always going to be associated to your purchase price. But then your purchase price is a negotiation.
Yeah.
So I don't put too much emphasis on cap rate because you're not, I mean, they could say their cap rate's a 10 and it's like the numbers aren't going to support that. And even if it does support it, it's predicated on a price, which is a suggested price. Doesn't mean anybody's going to buy it for that. So
I mean, cap rate's imported, but it's overrated at the same time, right? Like it's always going to be what the market bears. People put all kinds of cap rates out there and they'll never sell at some of them, right? You see a lot of OEMs that come out and they're like, oh, I'm at an 8 or I'm at a 9. And you're like, wow, but most of the average is around 5, right?
Right. So they sent back to me a cap rate that I think they were shooting for around a 4.6, but the city average for Galveston came to about a 5.38. And it it really looked like, wow, are they underperforming by, like a point or there, a percent point or there, or what? So
Those things are like,
will,
the way I think about it is like they're levers, like asking price, cap rate, all this stuff. They're balancing however they want their numbers to look. Because remember, they're selling it, so they're trying to get as high of a price as possible.
right.
So that's gonna pull a lever one way or another on that cap rate.
Okay. All right.
And the way I think we'll start, especially with that deal, it's like, and I want us to start coining this phrase, it's like cash or carry, right? If we're gonna make it a cash deal, it's gonna be a low ball offer. Like it needs to be a deal for that, or it's gonna be a deal with a carry. You want a higher price, but a longer term carry at a low interest rate. It's cash or carry. So one way or another, they're either gonna be ready to make a deal with us, or they're not motivated enough yet to make a deal with us. And so that's how we're gonna approach that situation.
Yeah, so once I take it from there and start getting into deep, that's one of the first things that I do is the purchase price and what the offer price is going to be. So I'll run what numbers they have just to see if there's anything weird and go through the trailing 12, look at all of the rent rolls and look at if there's any anomalies that just pop out or if there's any months with zeros in them, all those top things, right? That's what I start looking for first. And I don't really dig too hard into what the cap rate is just yet because it's a variable that you can just change in a second, right? And all the numbers play out. So
All right. Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to well, I'm taking action. I keep on taking action. So I'm looking forward to keep going.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you.
Cool. Nice to see you, January. My friend Carly. Hi.
Hey, Rob. Hey, everybody.
How are you?
Well, fighting off a little COVID, but think I'm winning. So forgive my couch repose here. But we had a question come up in our little group today about legalities around NDAs and sharing documentation that you may have to sign an NDA for to get information from a broker. As far as it goes for potentially JVing with other folks or even having it on a recorded Zoom. And this may be out of scope, but wondering if you have any insight on that as to sort of what best practices or what's allowed, or if we just need to disclose to them that we may be working with a team, something like that.
Most people are going to be assuming you're working with a team.
Okay.
And in most of those NDAs, it says that you're allowed to share with only parties that need to know. So if you're tackling it with a team, you all need to discuss that. You're in a working relationship. You may not be under JV contract yet, but you're in a working relationship and it's appropriate for you to make an informed decision.
Awesome.
I would also add though, the one thing with NDAs that I've seen a lot, and you see it a lot in the off-market space, is be aware when you read through it. It's hard when you're signing a bunch of NDAs, but just skim through it and see if there's anything about commission. Because sometimes they will send a crazy commission price in and have you sign it, and it obligates you to pay them like a 10% fee on a $50 million purchase. And it's like, I had to level with these people and say, look, there's no way that's going to pencil out for us. So unless you get reasonable, then maybe we can readdress this in a couple of months when it fails, because no one's going to do that. Or, so just a tidbit, keep your eye out for that. Don't fall for that trick.
That's awesome. Thank you. And yeah, the wording is tricky on purpose. So appreciate that insight.
Yep. Nice to see you, Carly. Get
Nice.
better.
Get better, Carly. Yeah.
Cool. I want to show everyone an OM so that people can kind of hold on a second. I have a sub 2 student texting me. Okay. An OM. That's what we're talking about, right? All right. Let me pull one up. I have a bunch and I want to show you guys one, but I have it in a super secret location. And I don't want to show all y'all. So I will share it as soon as I.
Hey, if you're in the drive, all the OMs are in the ready to be underwritten file, just so you know.
Oh, you move them around?
Yeah, I put them in those 3 files, so we have
Perfect.
ready to underwrite, in process, done underwriting.
Perfect. I was like, what the heck?
I was like, I probably should
What
say
the heck?
something. You might be looking for a while, like, where did it all go?
Yeah. Okay, I'm just about there. Okay, I'm just about there. All right. I am in a safe place now. Let's see if I can share it with you all here. Right here. Right here. All right, here we go. Let me ooh, look at that. Okay, I'll back out. I don't know, it's too much. Here's what an OM looks like. Okay. And I'm going to scroll through it nice and slow. Has a picture. I see a building up there. I see a picture of the sign, number of units, year built, address. Here's how you can make an offer on it. Here's some of the terms. Here's some of the conditions. Here's the people to contact. Don't be convinced that when it says terms, like this is all they're going to be looking at. Like I barely look at OM sometimes, but okay. You're going to analyze the property. We can tell from the pictures whether this is something high end or whether this is something kind of in great shape and maybe older. We can tell if this is in rough condition, so it kind of gives us an idea of the condition of the building. Excuse me. Here's some more detailed information. Laundry facilities, schools that are close by, how many parking spots it has, bunch of interesting stuff here. Pictures of the inside. Ooh, this is a pretty nice apartment complex. It's a little bit older, but it's definitely nice. They all have this bird's eye view showing us where we are. A little bit of the financial analysis. Sometimes, okay, let's talk about this. Sometimes you're not going to have a T12 and a rent roll that's separate. Sometimes the OM, T12, and rent roll are all in one document. Just be okay with that and adapt. So here we can see our average rents, which we need for our document, for our napkin underwrite. The number of units we can see here, 35 units. The mix of the rents by type. Look, this one happens to have the rent roll and the T12 within the document. Okay. You're going to have to do a little bit of investigating here. For example, sometimes you'll look through here and you'll see that one of the line items is debt service or mortgage payment or whatever that is. When we're talking about an NOI, everybody write this down. When we're talking about an NOI, you cannot include debt service into that number. Okay. So FYI. So this is a T12. We're looking at numbers. We're looking at gross rents.
You might want to mention, if they're including the debt service as an expense, you just take the recorded NOI and then add it back in. So take the debt service, add it to the recorded NOI, then you have the true NOI with no debt service. Just to clarify.
Yeah, just take those numbers out. That's all you got to do. 5 years is not what we're super interested in, but it's good for the deep underwriters because it helps them to see patterns over time. So this is great to have. Comparable rentals, kind of good for us to know what's going on around this particular property in that particular market. Floor plan comparisons. Location again. Oh, that's pretty. I want to go run around in there. Oh, all those lovely restaurants that are around. Confidentiality notice. Here's an NDA, looks like, is it? No, it's just info on the brokerage service. Okay, another great picture. And people to contact, and that's it. That's all there was to it. Easy peasy. Easy peasy, super breezy. Or like my kids say, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Cool. Are there any questions? Anything you guys want to talk about? Anything you guys need help with?
It might be worth stating in regards to OMs, like they're really there to help paint a picture, right? You get, like you were saying, you get a feeling and an idea of the state and condition of the property, and then also the location. And this is more so going to be useful to the person handling negotiations. But if somebody's claiming, well, I'm in, DFW, this is prime real estate. It's like, well, yeah, I know it's prime real estate, but it's not a prime property. Okay, you're in a prime location. And you start to negotiate like, hey, your price doesn't reflect the state and condition of your property. And then and Jason brings this up a lot too. If they show you the surrounding comparable properties, don't be scared to punch in that address. See what they're working with. If they have, subway tile black backsplashes and metal facades, and the building you're looking at has stucco and wallpaper, then these are not the same caliber properties. So just kind of an idea of like why the OMs become really useful and how we use them throughout the process.
Perfect. Anything you want to say, Jason?
Just back on the properties. I mean, like a Class A property is typically 15 years to new, and then a Class B is 15 to 30 years, and then like a Class C, is 30 to 40 to 45, and then Class C minus, and it just keeps going from there. So just to give everybody an idea.
Perfect. And which are we
Say
targeting?
that one more time for me.
Yeah, say that one more time, please.
Yeah, so 15 years or new to brand new is the Class A. And then Class B is 15 to 30 years. And then a Class C is 30 years to 45 years. Everything after that is C minus and D. So
Are you counting renovations, or that's non-renovated, right?
no, that renovated doesn't come into play there.
Okay.
Which one should we be targeting?
I say Class B and C. Those are probably the best value adds. Class B is probably the best value add because you're within the 15 to 30, and that's probably where a lot of people have not renovated or let their CapEx go or mismanaged the property and they've owned it for a while. Typically when you're getting into like a Class A environment, like that's the Grant Cardone type stuff of the world where it's going to be super expensive. It's a highly good looking place in a highly, populated area that's in the best neighborhood. So those places, they normally look like Disney World on steroids when you walk through them, right? So yeah, I say Class B. I'm always looking for something that's 100 doors and up in Class B that has $1 million of upside. So it has some type of value add. And it can be from adding to the parking lot. It can be adding rent. Like you get 100 doors up and above and you start adding $50 to $100 to the rent after renovations. And, that's where you really start increasing the property value.
Okay.
You can add a lot of other things to it, like VIP trash gathering and things like that. You'd be surprised that people pay an extra $35 a month for someone to come by and pick their trash up at their door. So that's another value add. You can take over the internet for the property and charge everyone that, you have one base cost, and then charge all of the tenants, 30, 40 bucks or whatever it is in that area. It's where you're making another 5 or 10% on top. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can look at when you start getting into the higher class Bs, right?
What about the other end, the bottom end?
The
What
bottom
kind of
end,
properties should we looking for at the bottom? Like, should we be looking for properties that are, on the
Yeah,
wrong
so,
side
like,
of the tracks?
there's a lot of class Cs that are in good neighborhoods that are like close to colleges, that are close to stadiums and things like that are in the metro areas. I would stay away from class C that's like out in the middle of nowhere in the country. You're probably not going to do very well out there. Your occupancy rate's probably going to be low, so it's going to be hard to increase your cash flow. But in the highly populated metro areas, you could come in, do a renovation on a class C, and make it look like a class B, but and operate like a class B, and cash flow is the game there. So it gets into, when you get into class C and the older ones, it gets into structure and what it's made of and what it's going to cost to bring that thing to a new market. So if you got like a flat top roof and a chiller system on a class C, C or C minus, probably not something that we want, because those are going to cause us a lot of problems, right? Those are, if the AC goes down on a chiller, in an old 70s something model or 1965 model, apartment complex, and everyone's without AC, right? And it normally takes weeks to fix and costs thousands of dollars, and it's a problem child. So that's why people are trying to get rid of it. And then the flat roofs are not the most, they don't look the best anymore, right? Stuff that was built in the 60s, and you're trying to get the same rent on a class B property as something that looks, more copacetic to the eye, with pitched roofs and stuff like that, and covered parking. Like, you're typically not going to get that with a 1970 or older.
But there's like a basic rundown list, right? Like, you don't want a cracked foundation, you want updated electrical, you want working and good plumbing. There's more to that, isn't there? Like
when you start getting in depth and like go walk the property, there's probably about 50 questions that we want to be asking the owner or the agent that's walking you through everything, that you want to be keeping an eye out for. And how high are the railings on decks, things like that. What's the property made out of? Has it had any foundation repair? Is that foundation repair transferable? What type of water line does it have to it? Is it copper that's run through the place? Does it still have copper? Is it the OC stuff? I mean, there's a lot of things to ask once we get further into the underwriting. It's not just numbers, right?
Yeah.
Stuff that we're getting really serious into taking down. Someone's going to have to go walk these properties, right, and make sure we're not missing anything, taking tons of pictures and asking all the right questions. So, and then even management, which is, I know, Oscar, that's your favorite thing, but once we walk a property and we deem it moving to the next step, and then we're going to have to start looking at taxes and, property management and what that's going to cost us. Because, I mean, I walked away from a deal a couple of weeks ago because of taxes. I mean, it's right down the street for me. I really want it, but the taxes, they just went through the roof over the past 2 years, and until they get that negotiated down, it's just a deal killer. But
that's a super political and can be a really long process.
yeah, I mean, the area that it's in could kill the deal. Like, everything else could be wonderful and great. The place could look awesome and have like hardly any repair to it, but then they may have some high tax bill coming in for some reason, or even insurance, depending on who's sponsoring the thing. So those are all factors that we get into when we start getting in depth on underwriting.
Cool.
I mean, you're basically building a new budget, for this apartment complex, which to me, it's just another business, right? You have to build out a budget and put all these things together.
Cool.
And I could go on for days about it. I mean, so
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
It's
I'm
a
holding
lot of
back on.
information. I mean, like you get into the financial statements and stuff, you're talking like 150 line items, and you can break those line items out into subsections. I mean, it can get pretty wild, but it's
Probably
fun.
talk about like for an hour just about how taxes kill deals. I mean,
Yeah,
so
definitely.
depends how deep do you want to go? Like how far do you want to go down the rabbit? There's so much insight that can be shared about every scenario. But
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways to cash flow an apartment complex, I mean, when you can refi out of it, how you can turn the property over. Like we're talking about raising rents, but you have to realize that, yeah, like it's just not raising the rents $100, it's raising the rents $100 over the course of time. It could take up to 3 to 4 years to get all of those leases in and out and have the property value come up, and get all of your rents up to where they're par. And then guess what? 4 years from now, they're going to be going up again. So then you have to start that cycle all over again. So it's consistent management, good management in place is really key, especially on a lot of the larger 100 and up, doors. You really want to make sure you got good management in place.
Love it. I'm trying to close a deal right now on a gator
Nice.
deal I'm doing.
Nice.
you still gotta catch up with your buddy, Jason.
Yeah, I just tried to call him a while ago.
Jason, let's do a deal. I need to fund 200K EMD. Is Shane in here?
How long?
Shane is in here.
How long you need it?
How long do I need it? I need to gather some more details on it. She says she needs it tomorrow.
Oh.
Hey, I need 200K tomorrow. Mine's collateralized.
Yeah, I did promise Oscar the first SWAT.
Rob, you're supposed to be involved.
Rob's like, too slow, Oscar.
I was like, what the hell? Rob, I'm gonna make it worth your while, bro. Calm down.
Should we show everybody a secret sauce to reach a lot of brokers?
Yeah, let's answer two more. Oh, Dante
Yeah, any
disappeared.
questions for anybody?
Dante disappeared, but there he is. Hey, what's up, Steven? Sub two, brother.
Oh,
Oh, you're
still
muted.
There, that's better. How are you?
Good. How are you, sir?
Good, good. As I mentioned when I chatted with you, I have an OM open. It's pretty basic and it's probably be easy to follow along to put into the napkin if it makes sense to do it now. And if I could, maybe I share my screen and you might be able to see it. Does that work?
Yeah. Before we jump into that, let me see if Dante has a question I can answer that might be quicker. So I keep seeing list of walkthrough questions like that coming up on the chat. We are not in any way, shape, or form asking you to do a walkthrough. That is a much higher level task. I would be like super hesitant to ask you to do something like that, especially if you're not coming from like, I'm an electrical contractor. I've been in and around construction and fix and flips and that sort of stuff. Jason's a developer and a contractor, and like we're comfortable around buildings. I would never expect anyone to walk up to a building and be like, hey, go answer 50 questions. And like that would not be wise, I don't think. But you're welcome to tag along. I think that'd be cool. For sure.
Yeah, there's just so many questions when you're walking through a place.
There's so many, and unless you know what to look for, like for example, Ron and I walked a property last week, and the broker was like, we redid it all. We put all new electrical in. And then when we were walking it, it took us 2 seconds to look at a panel and say, no, you didn't. All you did was change the appliances and the fixtures. That's all you did. The panels were still 30 years old and, you know, but you would never know that unless you knew what to look for, unless you were in and around electrical panels and unless you're in around, I mean, it's pretty, some of us can open an AC closet and be like, okay, we know what's going on. Some people would open an AC closet and see a machine and not know exactly what's happening there. So it would be unfair to ask someone who's not aware of what's going on to do that sort of stuff. Does that make sense? Sue
Yeah.
Dow, thank you. Thank you for doubling me up, Sue Dow.
We can definitely teach that when we get there and we start walking properties. I got no problem taking videos and sharing that with everybody and, you know, kind of like the list of what I go through.
Oh man, that's awesome
Definitely can do all of
content.
that.
Jason, you're in Houston, right?
Yep.
Bro, I would drive out and do content with you on walking properties and
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Anywhere in the state. Let's do it.
Heck, we could probably even do like some new builds, like, you know, what's happening out there when how a new apartment complex gets built.
Yeah.
Let us get this stuff rolling first, and then we'll start doing all the fun stuff.
If you guys want to do a retail segment, I'd love to walk like a plaza and like give you guys a background on that. Because I know a lot of people are like hunting after retail, but if you can get it at the right price, it's literally mailbox money.
Whatever, I'm down to make as much content as possible because it's my job to bring all of you guys together and to hype it all up and to bring money to this and make those deals happen. So I'm happy to do whatever content you guys want to do. I see you, Oscar. Thank you. Dante, what's up?
Yo, I got 3 multifamily. One's land. The other 2 are through a broker, but they make you like go through wild and crazy. Like you gotta like make an account and all that stuff. And they ask you some like wild questions like how much your business makes per year, yada yada yada. Do I even mess with those or just forget about them?
What do you think, Jason?
Well, I'm sorry, what are they asking for again?
It's a 140 unit, it's Class C in Orlando. And when I went to go get more documents, because that's what, you know, I clicked documents, it was in LoopNet, and it brought you to the broker site, and then they make you fill out and make you do like an account.
Oh yeah, they want you to sign up for an account, and then you have to provide your POF and stuff for your so that you can get into the room. Is that what they called it? To the room or something like that?
Yeah, well, I just put in information as much as I could, and they said, and then it said allow 48 hours to make you an account.
Yeah, so yeah, you can make an account on LoopNet and go that route. I mean, I have one, it's a free account, and then they'll once you get your account and everything set up, they'll ask you to provide some information if you have it to get into the room, like the deal room is what they call it. And that's normally where all the financials and whatnot are. So you can go that route if you have like the POF and stuff, because that's what they're going to ask for. But if not, it's better just to look up the broker and call them direct, you know, and just act like you own the place and to see if he'll share it with you or not. Because there are some deals that the owner themselves have made like the broker sign an agreement to where they cannot show financials unless you provide the proof of funds, right? Okay. So that's at the owner's discretion.
Okay.
There's some of them they legally cannot give you, right? So, and they'll tell you that.
Yeah. All right. I know. Are we doing land at all or no? Commercial, 35 acres.
Yeah. Yeah, we would take a look at that.
Yeah, we could take a look at it. I mean,
it's off
where's
market.
It at? Is it in Florida or?
Yeah, St. Augustine.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. We're connected
right off 95. It's right off 95.
Okay. Is it seller finance or is it what kind of deal is it?
It's off market. The guy doesn't even have a price. He's got his own like little trailer park in it, and that's about it.
So is it already developed or is it like,
Nope,
oh, okay.
land,
You got like multifamily developers, retail, the commercial developer, like, so. The land's in the right area at the right price. It's really tricky right now because everything's inflated. So it
Yeah.
all starts with the land costs. But if the land costs are in track with everything else, then the big corporations will come in and say, yeah, you know, we'll pay enough rent a month to justify the cost of build. And so it all starts with the land cost. But if it's the right cost in the right areas, yeah, we can get it done.
yeah, he said to call him tomorrow, so that's what I'm gonna do, call him tomorrow.
Sweet.
Yeah, yeah, send it over.
Cool.
Dante Mungioli. What's up to fam?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Scott, is yours a quick question or you want me to come back?
It could be a quick answer or it might not be. So I guess if you have, I can wait.
Okay. Steven, let's see if I can make you co-host. There you go. You should be able to share your screen now. We are seeing your screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this one over. I think that's not it. I'm sorry. I think my PC is a little low on power here. Here we go. Well,
Not enough computing power.
is that coming up?
Yep, we're following.
I just had the OM open. I'm sorry. Oh, this is it.
Looks like it's at the top, yeah.
I'm trying to get to the page where it had the all the financial information. But it had the rent rolls and everything.
Is it not that tab at the top that says 3515 Magnolia offering memorandum?
Yeah. There we go. Thank you. All right, so I was wondering, like I said, if it would be worth putting the numbers into the napkin. If we go down a little bit farther, it's got the rent rolls here, the averages. I don't know if the pro forma would be a way to figure out the T12 or not.
So this right here is a pro forma T12 that's included within the OM. I don't like these. I would rather I want actuals.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want.
Okay.
I want actuals. Pro forma means that this is what this is what the potential is. But I'm not going to make a decision on my price based on the potential necessarily. I want to know what it is now. I want to know what I can offer on it now.
Yeah.
So I would be calling the agent and saying, I need actuals. I need current stuff, current data.
Yeah, the most current I have at the moment is the rent roll here, you know. And that's
okay.
And with 12 units,
is this actual or is this pro forma?
This one is actual here.
Okay. Perfect. That's what I would use.
Okay. I'll be talking to them tomorrow at the T12, and then might ask for somebody to help me underwrite it, you know, with the napkin and all that.
Yep, that napkin thing is pretty simple. You don't even have to worry about the NOI necessarily because it auto calculates it for you. If you
Okay.
have rent rolls, if you have these, most of these numbers down here, you can get what you need out of it. Okay, let's leave that up there. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Leave that up there. Okay. Let's just do I'm gonna kick you out.
Okay.
Let's do one. If everyone's here and everyone is kind of worried about it, let's just do one so that we're all on the comfortable side with that, okay? Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, no, maybe so? So
Yes.
we have an
Yes.
OM. We have an OM. We have a pro forma T12 and we have that rent roll. What's the asking price on that property?
930,000.
Okay, how many units are there?
12.
What's the average current rent?
The average is 735.
Okay, what's the current occupancy?
There's 4 vacant.
It's 4 vacant, so that's 8 out of 12, right?
Yes.
66%, roughly.
Sounds about right.
Okay, and what city is it in?
St. Louis.
So St.
Average cap rate is 5.69 for St. Louis.
Perfect. What was that? 5.69?
Yes. I Googled
All right.
it after you mentioned that, so.
Perfect. This is what came up. So it determined our NOI for us. Here's our maximum allowable offer. Okay.
Perfect.
613, 835. This would be, it's red. It would be wise of us to go back and talk to them and be like, hey, you guys are asking 930 based on pro forma, sounds like. You following what I'm saying? You're
Yes.
asking 930 based on pro forma, but I'm willing to offer you 613 based on actuals.
Okay.
Would you guys be open to negotiating, to talking terms? Would the seller be open to seller finance? Is the loan assumable? Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I'm just making a few notes. But that's perfect because I plan on talking to them tomorrow.
What happens if they're like, you know what? We're not going to budge off our asking price, but there is a $200,000 loan that's assumable, and the seller is maybe willing to finance you.
Okay.
That would mean you can proceed. There's a creative play. Proceed and enter it into this document here.
Okay.
Okay. And you would enter all that information at the bottom. You would write seller open to, well, I would put seller wants asking, but open to seller finance. Loan is assumable. And this lets the people in the back know this information.
Okay.
Sound like a plan?
Yes, that was excellent. I really thank you.
I'm doing my best to make it like as simple and streamlined as possible for people, and trying to really provide, like, the team back there. I did very little of this other than just like pointed and said no, yes, no, yes. The team back there did amazing things, and they're the ones who provided value and are helping you guys to hopefully
Thanks to
succeed.
all of them.
Thanks, Stephen. Nice to see
Thank
you,
you.
man. Scott Williams, what's up, man?
Okay, so we had another question in our group, and the question was related to the number of JVs, and if there's a point where that becomes considered a syndication, and I wanted to confirm my thoughts on it. My answer would be no, that they would be taken care of at the point that the entity, like the transaction, is closed and the syndicate was formed at that point. Is that correct? They would be basically receive their compensation from the deal at that point, and then the syndicate would take over the multifamily unit. Is that correct?
So syndication is completely a little bit different. That's a funny line I used.
Okay.
But, it is highly unlikely we're going to be syndicating anything.
You're not, okay.
Very unlikely. If that ever comes up, we're going to have to. So let's explain a little bit of the process of what happens if something like that comes on. We're going to be having to hire a securities attorney. Like, that should, even just that statement alone should make it clear, like, this is not a walk in the park.
Right.
We're not at the baseball field playing with friends, soft lob softball. Like, we're entering into serious deep waters. We got to be super careful when we're talking about syndications. We're bringing in attorneys. If it's a deal, first off, if it's a deal where we're needing a syndication, we're probably going to have Pace or Carlos or some of the big dogs on board, because it's a deal worth doing that on.
Right.
So syndication is probably not in the picture. Not that it's not in the picture, but it's a big step. Like, everyone will know we're syndicating. It won't be mysterious.
So then
regarding the JV thing.
Yeah.
Regarding the JV thing, I'm assuming what you're doing is you're working with a few friends and you guys are running deals together and doing the napkin underwriting. Are you guys comfortable with that so far?
Well, no, this was actually a question brought up in our group.
Okay. Are you guys able to underwrite, do like deep underwriting, negotiate, close on a multifamily contract? Would you guys be able to do everything up until there? Walk the properties, structure the deals?
We would probably need assistance in some aspects of that.
Okay, no problem. So let me walk through. Jason, help me out with this. Like, let's walk through what it actually looks like, okay, to take a deal from we found a property as a lead to the point of where we're wholesaling it. Let's just play that scenario out. We're going to wholesale this property. Let's think through all that conveyor belt. Because I would hate to mislead you in believing like this is a simple thing or that it's a quick process. Okay. First, we have to find the lead. Then we have to qualify the lead, right? Which is what I'm asking you guys to do. Find the lead, talk to the agents, talk to the brokers, talk to the sellers, get that lead to a point where you've napkin underwritten, it's submitted to the back end team. What's happening back there? As soon as something hits the back end, there's 3 parties that are starting to come into the radar of that deal. Okay. First is the deep underwriting. Okay. Jason, talk to us. What does that mean? What the heck is deep underwriting mean?
Yeah, deep underwriting, right? So I start out like I take the quick and dirty stuff. I punch that in and I go from the purchase price, right? I'm looking at the physical address. I'm looking at the property class, the year it's built, the number of units, the county. I'm getting all of that information together. If the property has all bills paid, or if the tenants are paying bills, what type of units are, AC heating, what type of units that is, how many parking spots that place has got. Because I'm looking at, when I'm getting in depth, right? I'm looking at the asking price and the offer price, total cost of the rehab, estimating rehab, and then if it's something that we're going to actually like worth taking down, then that's why I say I'm going to go visit the place, because then I'm going to break down the cost of the rehab and really get into detail. So, like national average of rehab is anywhere from 3,500 to 7,000 a unit, right? Depending on the class that it's in, but it could be more depending on all the other comps in the area. So that's the other part of it, is I'm going to look at all of the other apartment complexes in the area and start running similar comps per room, per square footage. What's the market data in that area? Investment type, what's going to be our cash on cash and IRR return, depending on kind of like what you're asking, right? If we did have to do a syndication, and that gets, it's not super complicated, but it's just about how much our sponsors are going to get back, right? In the financial side, how much would our investors get back? Are we going to be an in and out? Are they going to get cash, cash in the first year, the second year, and what kind of rate of return are they going to get once we pay them back? And when does that happen? Like, does that happen in year 2? Does that happen in year 5? Does that happen in year 7? Like, we have to, we got to get a detailed budget with the financials and scale all of that out. So I'm looking at all, and I break down all of the rental info. So the first thing that I do, like for me, like a quick and dirty deep underwrite, I kind of put an average together on all of the room rents, and I work them that way. And if it looks like a deal, if it starts looking like a decent deal from the average room rents, which you're normally going to get on your T12 and your rent roll, then I'll go in and I'll break each thing down in a plan, right? So I'll be like plan A, B, and C, or you could say, whatever the floor plans are. That's kind of how I do it. Some people go by, 1 by 1s and 2 1s or 3 1s. To me, it's just plans. So, and I'm going to break those down by the, if there's been rooms renovated already, or, if they need renovated. So you got your classic units that are being rented, and you got your premium units that are going to be renovated, right? So those are going to be different costs. They're going to be different rents. They're going to bring in different revenue. And I have to scale all that over time. Like, how long is it going to take to make those premium rents happen? So then we have the CapEx budget that's inside of that. So maybe it's 1.3 million over 36 months. And then how many of those are going to happen in a month? And then you start cash flowing more along the way, right? So I have to put all that into a table, month by month by month. And then we'll get into the loan. I have to figure out what type of loan is it going to be, who's going to sponsor it, how much is that sponsor going to make, are there LPs, how much are the LPs going to make, the down payment, when we're going to refi, if we're going to refinance, how much equity we're going to have right out the gate in year 1. That's pretty much it on that end. And there's fees, what fees are going to be associated in the deal. There may be like, even to the point, like if we decided we want to exit in 4 year or the 5th year, there's fees associated with that. So I'll project all of that out. If there's a waterfall, then I'll run the waterfall out with the investors, just kind of, because you want to see, it'll actually lay out, say like if you had 30 people in the syndication, I could waterfall all of those back out to tell you how many people, who's going to get paid what, and how much they're going to get paid per year. And then, we'll have to send out, you start getting into taxes then, right? We have to 1099 some of those people out, or we have to, depending on how the investment is. Some of them, you got your CapEx escalation, right? So that's another thing that I got to figure in. I got to look at the market and say, like, we bought it at a 5 cap. Maybe we think our escalations are going to be 0.10 or 0.20 every year. So then I escalate all those costs into the, into the financial schedule. And then I just start working. I would say probably the last 2 things that I do is I start looking at the detailed budget. I go in and do just a quick and dirty detailed budget once I have all those numbers together, like what the cost is per unit, what the actual cap rate is, what the net rental income is going to be on the property, total business expenses. You know, I kind of build my own, you know, my own pro forma, right? But on a higher level, I find out what the actual taxes will be for the actual person that's going to be, you know, over the whole project. And then if we have LPs that are involved on the, you know, with the GP, then I have to go get all of their information as well and put that into the budget and the financials, because those are the main three people that really, you know, make or kill a deal. So your GP and your LPs on your projects, if they're not solid, then it could take a great deal and not be even able to do it. So that's when it starts getting real personal for people, right? And then the end of it is this financial overview. I pull all of those together out of 6 sheets and I pull it into one big financial sheet. And we go through that and make sure that we have a deal, that we have a plan, we got a business plan, and move forward. So, I mean, there's a lot more than that. I mean, you have waterfalls, you got your partners, tax estimates, your sources of income, and then your value adds. If you have them, we'll add the value adds in there and just calculate that into the budget.
All right.
I mean, I could talk about budget and the other side of the financials for probably an hour, because maybe longer. I mean, I'm gonna work.
Everybody take a breath.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Everybody take a breath.
information at once. So,
Okay.
but
Okay, well, thank you for diving into that.
Let's talk about realities, right? Like,
Right.
A lot of work.
It's clear that the workload here is skewed heavily in favor of those underwriters, right? They're doing a
Correct.
lot of work. Like, to find a property, get T12s, OMs, and do a napkin underwrite can literally take me 20 minutes if the broker is fast enough. What we're talking about on the back end is something that can easily take a week, 2 weeks. Like, it is a big, heavy process. Let's talk realities, right?
Mm.
Do I want you guys to learn that stuff? Heck yeah. If you bring warm leads, you're going to be included in those discussions. You should be. Because that's our desire. Like, as sub-2 students, that's our desire. Massive, massive value is what we're trying to do. So we're hoping to include you guys on all the discussions. But I need to temper some reality. Like, it's not like I find a deal in like a single family home, well, I can close on this in 2 weeks. And yeah, that's not how any of this is going to happen.
No, I understand. I actually work for a developer, so
oh,
you
come
kinda see
on.
that. Come on.
Awesome.
I see how long this stuff takes to pan out, and the extensions that are involved in the process due to this and that, and anything you can think of to hold up the deal getting closed. But anyway, yeah,
That's awesome.
and that's just to get to the LOI, right? You know what I mean? Like, we do all of that work just to get to the right LOI, so that
Right.
you can see where so many mistakes can get made, and this is where people get into trouble, right? You get the wrong spreadsheet that's got the wrong decimal point or whatever, you know, and someone hasn't checked the work, right? So we're being super diligent about like going through this and then someone checking it to make sure that, hey, you know, like maybe I was up till 2 a.m. and I fell asleep on my desk and hit the wrong key. Like, stuff happens in life, right, guys? We're all human. So we're really working on the back end to make sure that that stuff's solid, just so that when we do send an LOI in, it's legit, you know. But all of that has to be done before we ever even can make an offer to them.
All of that to say, Scott, and you know this, like, you seem like a super bright guy to me. Like, if I'm working on that front end where I'm calling brokers and agents and getting all those documents and doing that napkin thing, probably you and me alike are probably capable of doing that by ourselves. I would recommend people do that by themselves so that they can learn how to do it. Come here
Right.
into the Zooms to practice and get those things done. Because the fact of the matter is that that piece of the pie should be unshared by you, right? That property finder napkin piece of the pie shouldn't be shared by multiple people. You should be able to get that all for yourself. That's what I would say.
Okay.
If you need help with that, that's why we're here. We're happy to help with that sort of stuff. And then, yeah, you get plugged into the deal flow and you can see the progression of that deal in the pipeline and what that happens. Our goal is probably to either close on some of those deals. Like I would like to close on some deals by myself. I'm sure some of the other guys here would like to close on deals. If there's something we can't close on, we're probably just going to wholesale it to at least generate that income coming in. And whether we close on it ourselves or wholesale it, there is still an assignment portion there that's going to get divvied up among all those underwriters and property finders and dispo people. And right, I mean, we haven't even talked about like contract negotiation, deal structure, negotiating with the sellers, creative finance is a whole nother what's it called, parabola of issues and complications that need to talk to it. And we haven't even talked about dispo yet. Like that's a whole nother level. Like as soon as that property hits our pipeline, right, in the underwriting stage, we're already thinking, who are the 2 or 3 buyers that might be interested in this? And we're already starting to talk to them. Like, hey, we have this property in our pipeline. It looks like this, it looks like this. Is that something you're in a position to move on?
Okay.
So there's a big machine.
So I think they
to
probably
wrangle.
yeah. Maybe they didn't have a clear understanding of the question that was being asked, but
yeah. Syndications are interesting. They're cool to do, but they're like a bit more advanced elephant knowledge.
All right. So it should probably so what should my approach be then to answer it? Because I'm not I definitely can't answer it like you guys.
So if the question is
so I would just,
should I work with others on a single property in order to gather info and napkin underwrite? My answer would be no. You can probably do that on your own.
Okay.
I wouldn't split it up. It's okay to work next to others and whatever, but don't work with others on the same property. If you guys are wanting to do like full and deep underwriting and get LOIs and structured deals, that's awesome. Like practice those skills and get together. It would be wise to work with others in that scenario. Like let's say you can get everything to the point where you submit a contract, right? But now you're like, we could really use help dispoing. Fine, just like take everything up until dispo and then bring it to us and we can help you dispo. Like the more of the pipeline you take on and are able to handle yourself, the bigger of the pie you're gonna get because you're doing all that work. Like I hate saying things like it's common knowledge because sometimes it's not common, but like to me, it makes sense that if you're doing a whole ton of work, you should be able to get help with that if you need it, which we're here for. But if you're doing a ton of that work, you should get a bigger piece of the pie. It's only fair.
Okay. All right. Again, thank you guys for taking the time.
Yeah, thanks, Scott.
Yeah, we're trying to work together. Our goal is to help you guys as much as we possibly can, and we're not going to be perfect. Like I'm hoping that one of the byproducts of us spending like days with you guys on Zoom is that you guys are starting to see like our motivating, like our hearts, and like we're trying to help. We're not going to do the best every time. We're going to screw stuff up probably. Let me rephrase. We are going to screw stuff up. And we're going to do our best to make stuff happen and learn and grow and get better at stuff. If you guys want to JV with us on whatever, we're happy. If you guys are super intimidated by this whole multifamily thing and you want to be in the single family world, that's super. We have like a ton of people on our team who would be happy to help with that stuff. Like I'm happy to answer whatever questions you guys have about wholesaling, single family stuff, all of that. Anthony, what's up, man?
Hey, what's happening, y'all? So I got a quick question. It's about the T12. So I got a rolling 12 from, oh, I'm trying to lower my hand. I'm in the wrong spot. I got a T12 from Crexy. It was basically just a Crexy download. So the broker had it to where you could download it. You can get the T12, the offer memorandum, all that stuff.
Yep.
And it was made the last time, it says printed 5/16/2022. So it's a rolling 12 from June 2021 to May 2022. And my question is this good enough? Does it need to be rolling 12 more current? Should I get a hold of the broker and be like, yo, this ain't gonna fly. I need something more accurate.
I like it within the last 90 days for sure.
Okay.
And 3 months is a little far out.
Okay. That's kind of what I thought too.
I want to know up until yesterday.
Right. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't know why they did that, but they have hasn't been updated.
Well,
then
think about it a different way. Anthony, think about it a different way.
Yeah.
The last time they did a T12 was in May.
Right.
It's been sitting on the market since May. Motivation.
Okay. That makes sense. The reason it's so far back.
Yeah, like, hey, this has been sitting on the market 4 or 5 months now. What's going on?
Okay, well, I did a quick napkin underwrite with the, it was actually the calculator that you put up on Discord yesterday. And I kind of screwed up a little bit. I don't know what I did wrong, but I did it again. I reached out to Jason and showed it to him. But I re-punched the numbers in and it came out not too bad. It's $30,000 over. The max allowable offer is $30,000 over their asking price, doing it that way. So I was like, hey, I don't know what's good. Like, what's the ballpark? What's within, you said earlier about 200K is not too bad. Like within, millions of dollars, when you're looking at $200,000, that's not a lot. So just looking at this 30K, I'm like, hey, if I'm doing this correctly, $30,000 is pretty close to what they're asking for. The property is owned outright. There's no loans on it. So I'm looking at it like possibly owner finance, if they need some money down or whatever, and then we just pay for it. But anyway, just listen to the conversations we had tonight and listen to Jason talk about the condition and the max allowable offer due to the underwriting, the deep underwriting. I'm not too sure. I know there's value add available at the property. They've already had 5 units updated. So I know that there's room to change them up and add value to them that way. They've added a couple little things like, pergola and stuff to the exterior, but it's a C plus at max, maybe I'd say C minus maybe property. C at max, not C plus, but C at max, C minus. So I don't know that it is exactly what we're looking for. It's a little under the date range. I think it was built in the 70s, 77, if I'm correct.
Okay.
So just listening to the conversations tonight, I feel like maybe this isn't something that would be worth spending too much time on. After seeing what is really going into all this. However, I guess the question is, tomorrow that calculator that you're using tonight is going to be updated to Discord tomorrow, and we'll be able to use it. Would you recommend go ahead and trying it out, see if it hits the green light, and if so, then push it through, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it hits the green light, push it through, man.
Okay.
Jason, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. You can answer that. I
Yeah.
answer also a question like, at what point is it beyond us wanting to look at it?
Right, even if it's green, that's my point, because like I know it's 1977 is the date it was built, and then it's a C at max. So I'm like, are we even effing with that? You know what I mean? Are we messing with it? Like, is that something?
Well, I mean, it just depends on the area, right? So, I mean, is it in a decent area? Is it
Well,
close to a suburb or?
That was the other thing, I'm on the offer memorandum right here, and it's in Longview, Texas, which is not a very big place, but it is, there is some stuff going on there. It's showing that there's a medical center there, a couple of other things, but nothing like, there's not a lot of growth there, and like, there's no campuses that are like, there's a university that's close, but it's not like, hey, this is like a sought after area. It's not a metropolitan area, like you said earlier. It's not the metro. It's kind of more out in the rural areas. So I think I had my hand raised because the main question was more or less about the T12, but it helped me to kind of crystallize the thought that maybe this is not the type of properties we're looking for, so I think maybe it's a pass, but I could be wrong.
I mean, it won't hurt to take it to what I call the level 1 underwrite. So if it makes the green
Okay.
light, just push it through, and then we'll see. I mean, it could be that we wholesale it or something, right? I mean, if it's something that nobody would want to own or take down, or maybe the cash flow is not there, or maybe someone else will want to add it to their portfolio that has other management companies that are in the area. I mean, there's other options that could make it worth our while, right?
Right. And the other thing was, Jason, was the fact that it's owned free and clear. So I haven't talked to the broker yet to find out for sure if it has any liens on it, any of that jazz. I mean, they put that in there, right? But if it is owned free and clear and it's a cash offer that they want, are we messing with cash offers, or is I know the objective earlier in the conversation was, we want to see if they're flexible with their financing. Hey, if you're owner financing, if you're flexible with terms, we want to work with you. But if it's a cash offer, are we messing with it?
I mean, yeah, we're not turning away anything that, that's not creative. I mean, we prefer creative, but if it's going to be a cash offer and it makes sense number wise, then yeah, we'll still pursue it. How many doors was that one?
There were 38 doors. It's just
Yeah,
38 doors, and it's 39 doors, but one of the doors are an office for for the units. So
yeah, I mean, it's cash or creative, right? I mean, we're not turning either one of them away. It's just, it's got to make sense, right? I mean, if they own it free and clear, then they're gonna want to be able to work with somebody, especially if it's older than 1970.
Right.
Well, there's going to be several banks that probably won't even touch it.
Okay. Good to know.
Because you get into lending criteria, then so you're going to go back to the broker and be like, well, there ain't but 6 banks in the world that will even touch this place. You know what I mean? So where are you guys at with the seller? So there's always different strategies, right? So definitely push it through. We never know until we start looking, in depth at it. So if it passes the green light, I mean,
okay. And then I guess I do have one other question too. I mean, when I got the floor on the trailing profit and loss details, man, I have an idea what I'm looking at. I'm kind of like Rob when he sees all these line items and it's just like lines with color. It's showing me it's showing like every month and everything, but at the end there's like a bunch of red numbers. Am I taking like every one of those that are red and adding them all up for the loss? Is that what I'm
doing? At the bottom? I mean, typically they give you that stuff at the bottom. They give you the totals.
It does say total non-operating expense, but it says 34,563, and then there's a negative right next to it with a red 34,563, and the same thing with
sounds like they've gone negative. Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying I don't know how to read this. So I guess maybe in the future, for me, this is personal. Like if I can get on a call with somebody or like have some help, like somebody hold my hand and just kind of say, yo, this is how you read this. I know y'all was talking about doing breakout rooms earlier. Even if we was to do a breakout room just before tonight, even after this call, I'd be happy to stick around and be like, if somebody wants to show me what this means, I'd be more than willing to check it out with you and just say, yo, this is what this is about right here. Because I haven't either, I missed it or I don't know how to read this.
Yeah, some of them are confusing, especially if they have a negative. Like some of the performers are at a loss, right? Especially if it's in a smaller town or a rural town or something of that nature, and then it's a class C or older, then their numbers may not be so great. They may have had a hit from COVID and half the people couldn't pay, so they may have a negative from that. Looking at their trailing 12 or 24, I'm not sure what you have, but
it's 12.
Yeah, so they should be. They're probably hurting. There's a lot of there. This is one of the best times to buy multifamily because of the state of the market that we're in and the cycle that we're coming from.
Okay.
I mean, rents are going to start going up and property values are hurting from where our economic state's at, right?
Yeah.
So we went through the whole COVID, call it whatever you want. And then, a lot of people didn't pay rent. So some of these mom and pop places they're ready to get out, right? They come from the baby booming era, and they just don't want to deal with it anymore, and they're trying to sell and get out. So
fantastic. Well, with that being said, then should I be happy that there are a bunch of red numbers?
It could be a good thing. It just depends on like the location and where it is again. Like you can look at those things and look at the other apartment complexes that are in the area.
Yeah.
And see what they have. See what their rents are. See, look at the pictures on those comparables and be, do they have granite and fancy tile, or are they Formica and
definitely
carpet, right?
Yeah, it definitely needs a little bit of updating.
But so whatever's around there, are there a lot of complexes around there within 5 miles? You can look at that.
That offer memorandum showed a couple other complexes in the overview.
Yeah, I always look them up because I mean, if I was trying to sell something, I would go find the prettiest stuff that was around there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I would put on my quick sheet, right? On my OM, that's what I would put. So, but then you go looking around yourself, you can just go online and look at the other 4 apartments that are probably around there and come to your own conclusion, right?
Right.
You always want to verify everything when you're looking at these OMs. It's all about verifying everything, right? That's really what it is.
Detective work,
detective work. That's all I'm doing when I'm underwriting everything is I'm verifying everything and creating a new business plan. That's really how I look at it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's all I had.
Yeah.
Look at this. Oh, we got the big dogs here now.
Oh, what's up?
Eric, thank you so much for coming on, my friend. Everybody give it up for Eric. Put a 10 in the chat.
Absolutely.
You guys remember from Elephant Challenge, he's here hanging out with us.
What's going on, brothers? What's going on? Rob, I told you that.
That's a dope shirt, bro.
Yeah, this is a little vintage Michael Jackson.
I love that. That's dope.
Appreciate it. I heard a little bit of underwriting when I came in. What you guys chatting about?
Oh, yeah, man, we just been answering questions and.
Hey, look who else is in here.
I see LT in here.
She just.
Eric, thanks so much for coming on. We really appreciate your time. I don't want to keep you too long. I know you got stuff going on and you got the kids by yourself, and I totally understand that. I got 3 of my own running around like crazy, and my boys are on the other side of this wall right here beating each other up, and I can hear them coming through the wall.
I've got mine right here. I've got one of them right
here. We are interested in your that sheet you had. If you can maybe talk just broad, quick, talk to us through it a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it's a little advanced for most people when they're looking at it, but maybe we can talk through it just to kind of give them an idea of what's happening once. Here's where we're at. Okay, just so I can give you a quick overview of where we're at.
Sure.
And I know LT is in here, and I'm going into this because people have questions. Other sub-2 students have questions, and I want to be clear and show you guys so I can help other sub-2 students as much as possible. Are you seeing my screen here?
I am, yeah.
This is our napkin underwrite document. I had a team of 4 people yesterday who jumped in and did a bunch of developing yesterday for us. In one day, they set up a whole ton of systems for our team. They spent like 8 hours doing it, like amazing service to us. So it's a simple spreadsheet where people can gather the needed documents, enter their info, and do some quick napkin underwriting. This is a napkin underwrite calculator.
Right.
And what it does is it basically qualifies the lead for us, whether it's a hot lead or a cold lead or whatever it is. See, again, I broke it.
Just
I keep messing around with it. I keep messing around with stuff. I keep breaking it. Anyway, so that's what this is. It's a napkin underwrite. It helps us qualify leads so that we know if a lead is a dead lead or a warm lead, right? And then what happens is they take it over to our web form and they enter this pretty much all the same information. There's places where they can upload their documents and then input some more info, blah, blah, blah. It goes into this auto populates a spreadsheet in the back where we are taking it into people who are a little bit more advanced and they're starting to do deep underwriting. Okay. Back there, we were looking at the document that you introduced in the Elephant Challenge. And we would appreciate it if you can do like a quick overview, like what you're thinking about when you're filling out the paper, the Excel spreadsheet. And we would like to see if it would be useful for us too.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I like that that napkin underwriter you just showed. I think that's a golden ticket right there. So if I can trouble you for that too, because the amount of leads that we're getting as a team, what I'm noticing is that they're not coming in qualified, and
Yes.
there's a lot of back end stuff that they're not bringing me. So I'm getting pulled away in different ways, and then I'm not able to really sit and underwrite because all the documents aren't there. So I do like that.
LT.
So you know why LT is here?
Hello.
I'm gonna tell you guys why LT's here real fast. Because I tend to give too much and I cross a line and she always knows where to stop me. I start sharing things I'm not supposed to share and she cuts me off.
Oh, the gatekeeper's here.
That's why she's here.
I'm the same way, bro. It must be a thing. I'll start giving away the whole farm and someone's got to shut me down.
I literally made a video and I was like, you know what? Let me stop recording before I get in trouble. And then I stopped recording and then I showed him what I shouldn't. And LT was there the whole time. She's like, what are you doing?
Look at this, LT. Look, LT. Look.
Hey.
I love
Texas
it.
spam. Texas spam.
So
yeah. So
quick,
here's why this is
question.
happening for you guys. Here's why this is happening for you guys. Because you guys are freaking amazing sub-2 leaders who want to help people, but this is your first Elephant Challenge.
Yeah.
As leaders. And this is my 4th. And I have been exactly where you guys have been. Well, where people were like, oh, I found this house on Zillow. It's a deal.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, cool. Tell me numbers. Well, I don't know what the numbers are.
Yeah.
Okay. Is the seller motivated? Well, I never talked to the seller.
Yeah.
Okay. What the broker say? Well, I never called the broker.
Yeah.
So one of the taglines we use in our group is a lead and a deal have the same letters, but they mean totally different things. So we've built out that funnel, that gatekeeper we have a sheet that is our gatekeeper. LT doesn't have to come into our group.
Got it. She's here just for me. I'm telling you, she's watching.
All right, I would be happy because of the value you're providing now for us. I would be happy. Your sub-2 family. I want to double check the work that that our team is doing, but we'd be happy to provide it with that napkin sheet. It was graciously provided to us by that team. We'd be happy to share it.
Absolutely. And actually what I did is I simplified a calculator for everyone. So that's what I've been working on, taking mines and just overly simplifying it. So what anybody can do is just go in there and punch in numbers. So that's what I've been working on. That's what I did. And I'll share it. And
let me give you, I gave you a co-host.
Yeah, share it.
I'm gonna defer to Jason. Jason's in charge of like our deeper underwriting stuff.
Okay.
And if he has questions and stuff, he can talk to you. I'm gonna remove myself and Darvin's and a few people from here. LT, I love you. I'm going to remove you also.
Okay, it's okay.
Reach out to if you guys have anything. Sincerely, LT, Eric, if you guys need anything, Jason, sub-2. We have a few. Most of us who are leading this group are sub-2. We're happy to help you guys.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, we have 4 on our team, so anything you guys need, let us know.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I can send you what I use too, Eric. That way you can get a look at it.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And I'll provide you guys with the sheet once I show you guys here. 1 second. So I'll start by saying this. Can you guys see this?
Yep.
Okay, so this isn't a 6-page underwriting sheet for Jason. I think you're the underwriter on the team. So I'm sure you know what a 6-page will look like or a 5-page. It gets crazy. So what my goal with this sheet was to make it to where, for example, January could come in here, or LT or somebody can come in here and just punch in numbers. So that was my goal with the sheet. Now it breaks them a little bit down versus a napkin underwriter because you'll get into your debts, you'll get into your expenses, etc. But my goal was to make it to where you just come in here and punch in numbers. Let me blow this up a little bit. I would do that. Hold on 1 second. All right, let me stop sharing. Hold on. I just closed it. 1 second.
1985.
So Eric, do you punch in numbers that are highlighted in the green? Is that why they're highlighted?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to it 1 second. And I actually made a video today on how to use this particular one. So I can provide that for you guys too. All right, we're back. All right, Jason, throw some questions my way, brother. Or here, let me give you guys a little overview. So yeah, the greens is where you punch in your numbers. The grays are auto-populated. So for example, this first, let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can see. Bracket B right here, 5. It's just simple of how many units. If you got 25 units, 24, it'll auto-populate on the grays, just so you don't have to physically type everything in. If you do the annual income, let's just say, $10, it'll auto-populate everything. Purchase price, if it's $500, you'll come in, it'll populate everywhere. So it's just simple, put numbers where they go, and that's really much it. It really doesn't get any simpler than that. And then here on bracket I is just for closing costs. What I've seen with my experience is anywhere from 3 to 5%. Now, if you want to break that down and know the exact cost, you'll figure these steps out. What's it going to cost for title, appraisal, property taxes, etc. But as a quick range, 3 to 5%. Now that changes depending on the asset class and how big, how small, what state, etc. And then here's another quick, it was provided to me, this portion right here, so I can't take credit for it. But this is another quick guide for the bigger units right here. So repair and maintenance, usually 750 through 1250. Management, I know Pace can get his management to about 3%. So this is pretty accurate. Anything above 100 is usually 3 to 5%. So this is just cheat sheets that I just built into everything, just for the sake of simplicity.
Yeah, so do you ever break down your units, or you just go with the average rents?
So so expand on that question a little bit.
So if half the units are 1x1s or 3x2s or 2x1s, or do you just run with the average rent and then break them down later, or
I take for this one, I just take all of them and I add them all together. So if it's 10 units and 2 or 3 ones, and then the rest are like 1 ones, just what's the total income coming in for that asset? Anybody got any questions?
how about the 1% rule? What does that mean?
So this 1% rule is basically if basically the rent and the income, if it's gonna be over the total, if it's gonna rent above the total of what's coming in. So I just put that in there. I mean, some people live by the 1% rule. I don't, because it could. Huh?
I said me neither. I don't live by it either.
Yeah, just some people like to see it. I don't. It's just one of those things some people like to see. See, I gotta fix this. Is all a working sheet. I gotta fix this cell because there's a money sign here. It should be a percentage. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. But yeah, some people live by the 1% rule. I don't. Nice. And then here, so like when you get this sheet, you can expand on this in terms of if anything else needs to be added. All you have to do is add a cell. But I think I've made it to the point where you just plug numbers in. So for example, here on the annual expenses, if you don't want to break everything down, just get the total for everything and then put that into the cell, and the total will spit out down here. But I've also built in a reserve, 250 per unit, vacancy, which all of this auto populates. You know, you could change this to 10% vacancy and it'll populate for you. The difference being, obviously, these are small figures. That's why you're only seeing 0.8. But my goal was just to make it quick, easy for everything to auto populate. So everything in gray is just auto populating. So you don't have to break down all the expenses, especially if you just want something quick. You just total everything up and put it in here. Include it with your debt service, which is here. You have your interest rate right here. The length. So you could change this to 50 years. That's what we submitted with PACE. It was a 50-year seller finance. And it'll just auto populate. And everything will start showing down here. You have your debt service, your mortgage payments annualized. I mean, everything is pretty much now how it looks compared to what it was on the live. It's just easier to look at, it's easier to understand.
Hey, Eric, I got a question. I was playing around with one of these calculators yesterday, and the term that you just put in, that 50 years.
Yeah.
I didn't know that number. So what if you don't know that number? Like, do you have to know that number?
Yeah, because it can make or break the deal. It depends. Is it the seller finance term or is it what they're carrying?
You know, it was all the information I had except for that. I didn't have that, and I don't know why. I was looking at 5 or 6 different things yesterday, so it's kind of hard for me to wrap my brain on which one. But I remember the term of the money borrowed. I didn't have that information. The other information was there except for that. So I don't know if that was something I had to get back with the broker and talk to them about that more information. So that's a definite must-have number.
Yeah, that's something that can change and make the deal, because say this was 5 years left on it, it'll completely change everything.
Okay.
So from 5 years to 50 years, your monthly payments change, and then your debt service down here change.
And then if it's an owner finance and there's like no debt on it, then what do you do? And you're not sub 2 in it. This is only for sub 2. Is that
no? The first portion here is the sub 2 portion, and then this one down here. So D bracket, this portion right here would be seller finance. So this is basically the equity that's being taken out. So for example, let's see what we got here. 1 second. Where is, hold on 1 second. All right, so here, let me inflate this a little bit so it makes sense. So say it was 5 million with 20% down. This would be the equity, 17 million. So if it's a seller finance at 0% over 50 years, this would be your payments. But now say the seller wanted 4%, here's where you start playing with it. You follow? But what I usually say is don't even bring up interest rates when it comes to seller finance.
Yeah, you wanted it 0.
Yeah, you want it ideally at 0 with the longest term.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
So I like to keep it at 0 because it reminds me not to bring it up. And you want, lowest down payment with 0 interest at the longest term. However long you can borrow that money.
Got you.
Yeah, and then bracket F would be the future pro forma. So this is when you start stabilizing, 5 years, etc., and you have the market rents, you have the total for everything. This is where you would start putting it. So if we were improving this asset, 5 years, 2 years, what have you, and you know that you can get, which is simple numbers, simple math. If rents are $50 right now, but you can get an extra 50, and you add them all up, and they give you 8 million, just using whole numbers. Then you will put that in here, and then you'll start going down this list. Again, the green is just pretty simple what you would put in.
Okay, just to make sure I'm following you correctly, the first column is completely separate from the second column. They're totally different. And then the third column is totally, so these are 3 different columns. They don't go together.
Correct.
They're all different. Okay, just making sure I'm on the.
So the B bracket is just basically what's currently going on, what's the debt on it. That's it.
Okay, and I'm not trying to cut you off. And the B bracket, if it's a cash deal and it's owned free and clear, then that number, the 50 I was mentioning earlier, wouldn't be available. It wouldn't be there. If it's cash, we just say, hey, there's no debt on it. We just owe this. We just want this much for it. Then you don't have to have that number, right?
Well, I mean, it'll still be the same process because you still would have to know your purchase price. And then all you have to do is change your interest. And then the 50 is just the length.
That's something we come up with, like, hey, we want to do it for 30 years. So okay.
Yeah, because
I'm following you. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, you can change this. I mean, if let's say you were giving me a loan and you're like, I can do it for 10 years. I'll just come in here and say 10 years.
Yeah,
Like,
got you.
You change it. It's
I know that seems super basic and easy, but
I got you.
I'm following you now. I'm on you. I'm following you.
No, it's easy.
You're right.
And I'm trying to make it to where you just look. That's why I made it green, so you know exactly what to type in.
Sure.
But I do understand it could be overwhelming. But yeah, B is just what are you buying it at? And then D, the only story that I did with D is once you buy it and you actually put your debt on it and you put reserves in it, what happens? Is it positive or is it negative? So D is more like a napkin underwriter, just more extensive.
Okay.
And then F is just future pro forma. What happens after the fact?
Bet.
Again, I didn't want to get crazy and then start hiding sheets here. And what would happen with a 2-year, and then then you start talking IIRs, and people start getting confused.
No, it's good, man. It's super simple.
That was the goal. I mean, just making it simple so anybody could type in and use it. I've got calculators that are 3-4 pages long, and
mine's 7, so I totally get it. I got a 7-stage calculator that I run the process through.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
It's still quick. I mean, it's still quick. It's just not, it's just more detail.
Exactly. Yeah. And not everybody can use the 7 pages off the gate.
Yeah.
So that was the goal. And then on this side here, you can change these numbers. These are just the rehabs per door. And this again is for the F column. So once you know what are you going to do, how you're going to stabilize, let's say it's 10 units and it's going to take you $5,000 per door to stabilize, then you just come in here, type in $5,000 and it'll auto populate right here in this F22. And then say your broker only wants, the 1%, you'll just come in here and change that to 1%. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Yeah, I love it, man. Does
Joey,
anybody have any other questions
that's
on this
awesome.
one? or-
Eric, thank you so much, man. That is freaking awesome.
Absolutely. Again, I know it looks overwhelming, but I mean, Jason, would you agree compared to what we probably look at? It's
super
like
simple.
yeah, it's just like that's nothing. So I mean, if anybody's scared of this, don't be. It's literally just punching the numbers in the green and you're good to go.
Yeah, I mean,
I love it.
when you get to the extensive side, like I was saying earlier, before you got here, Eric, I mean, like I have a 7-stage, process, but tied to that 7 stages, I have everything from the waterfall, the tax estimates, the sources, uses, a summary for everything, and then I have a checklist as well that like goes over the spreadsheet and gives me a green light or red light and says, yeah, this line item's good or it meets your criteria. I mean, so it's a lot. This is way super simple, so it's good work.
Yeah, I mean, because at the end of the day, this is going to tell you yes or no just right away.
Yep.
So you don't have to go into deep underwriting before you even have a contract. Because we can agree when you get the contract is when it really starts.
Yeah.
Because the numbers that they provide you, so like the numbers that the brokers provide you, how I like to phrase it is, say you're buying a battery. I've been running with this analogy all week. Say you're buying a battery, right? And you look at this battery and they mail it to you and you receive the battery, but it doesn't work. So they're making it look pretty for you, but when you actually receive it, it doesn't work. That's what a broker's doing when they give you the T12s and everything. Some of these, like I've seen rent rolls with 7 buildings that'll have 0, but then there's one that just have 20 grand in it. I'm like, the heck is going on here? Or a management, there's one that I'm working right now. The management company is charging them 50%. It's crazy. They're basically taking half their money just in management fees. So the numbers they send you are either fluffed or just to make it look cute so you can buy the asset. And it's like Paige says, before we get married, let's date a little bit. So that's another analogy you can use. They want to date you. They just want to show you a little bit. And once they know you're serious, then they'll say, well, really the income is this.
Yep.
And really the pipes are broken. So maintenance is this. And that's where the real underwriting comes and takes place. So, but
Eric, thank you, man. Seriously, thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming in.
Absolutely.
We love it, man.
Any other questions?
Anybody have any questions in the chat?
How do you want me to send this to you guys out, Rob?
I will text you my email. Text me yours, and we'll do one of those backwoods handshake deals where
I gotcha. If you can help me too with the question that I had asked you, I don't want to ask it here too, but the question I've asked you.
Yes, of course, we'd be happy to help you. We're still in ongoing discussions about how we're going to figure all that back end stuff out too, but we have a decent structure kind of outlined.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
All right, man.
Wait, was I not sharing why I was just talking?
You were sharing the whole time. Yes, I just kicked you out.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
I kicked you out because you're starting. You're starting to be too giving, and you need to go take care of your kids, man. It's dinner time.
I was getting ready to jump into the sub 2 page.
Yeah, don't do that.
All right, guys. Again, I appreciate you having me. Again, it's don't get overwhelmed by it. I mean, it's easy. It's just a quick yes or no.
Perfect.
All right, guys.
Cool, man. We'd love to have you on again eventually when you get more free time too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I'll get your email from Rob and send that over to you.
Sounds good, brother. Sounds good. Appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, man.
Thank you. Everybody give Eric a thanks in the chat.
Oh, absolutely. And, these kids are over here. They're going crazy. I don't know if you guys hear them.
Follow him, give him some likes and comments and subscribes and all that sort of stuff.
Thank you.
What's the best way for people to reach out to you if they need to?
Facebook, Yep, same as you. Facebook or Discord.
Love it.
Well done, baby.
Okay, man.
All right,
Take
guys.
it easy.
Have a good one. Good night.
Have a good one, bro.
Bye. All right. That's a lot of fun.
Yep.
All right. So we got to finish up everything we're doing on the back end. Finish out all the calculators and that whole streamlined pipeline thing, get everyone talking about everything. I think we can do some amazing things.
Definitely.
That sound good?
We're gonna do some dope stuff.
We're gonna do some dope stuff. Tomorrow morning, I will start the Zoom at around 9 a.m. Central Time. Around 9 a.m. Central Time, I'm just gonna wake up, do my thing, and then at 9 o'clock I'll start. We can eventually start making phone calls. Darvin's and Justin will be launching that. We already have some examples and stuff we can work through, like napkin underwriting and all that. Bring everything you guys want to work through napkin underwriting, bring all that in. We're happy to help you guys learn how to use that sheet, and we should be good to go tomorrow sometime. Hopefully by Tuesday or Wednesday, we can start getting LOIs out and doing all that.
Yep.
All right. Y'all have a good night. It's Sunday night. Go spend some time with your families.
It's dinner time.
Go love on them.
Thanks, guys. You guys have a good night.
All right.
Have a
Take it
great
easy,
night.
you guys.
Have a good night, y'all.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.